You can identify every Superfarm puller by their tractor's model number and hometown? Okay, so you're a pulling fan. Wait, you keep track of them on a charm bracelet? Then you, my friend, are a superfan. Get those smartphones out because the NTPA and our partners at Case IH are once again searching for superfans. Enter at ntpapull.com/contest for a chance to win one of over 50 great prizes and one of 2 grand prize trips. We'll have weekly drawings for special prizes like NTPA and Case IH merchandise, shopntpa.com gift cards, and items of special interest to superfans. You can sign up for your seat right now for a chance to win one of these great prizes at ntpapull.com/contest. But you'll want to be all in on the grand prize drawings that take place later this season. Right after Bowling Green, we'll choose 2 winners, each of whom will get 2 tickets for the Enderley Pull-Off on Saturday, September 17th, and enjoy an Enderley Superfan VIP experience. And then we'll choose 6 more winners, each of whom will get 2 tickets for a special guided tour of the Racine Experience Center, Case IH's new product showroom and launch point. The Case IH NTPA Superfan Sweepstakes at ntpapull.com/contest. What are you waiting for? Enter right now.
Maybe you've got somewhere to be, work to get done, or it's time for some fun. No matter what gets you there, O'Reilly Auto Parts has a Super Start battery to get things going. Our professional parts people will help you test, find, or install batteries for nearly any vehicle. Super Start. Power, performance, and reliability. Only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The NTPA extends its appreciation to the following 2022 Grand National Point Fund sponsors: Case IH Agriculture, Angry Farmer Products, Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin, Sanpico Lubricants, Heritage Iron Magazine, Hot Shot Secret, Midwest Wheel Incorporated, National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio, Powerbore Cylinder Sleeves, Profab Machine Incorporated, Riverside Engine Incorporated, Stainless Diesel, and Summit Racing Equipment. Preeminent in their respective industries, these companies have demonstrated a commitment not only to truck and tractor pulling, but also to product quality and customer service. The NTPA is honored to have each one as a corporate partner and thanks them for their support.
From the backyard to the back 40, families have relied on Bush Hog's legendary performance since 1951. We offer over 70 products for 40 horsepower and under tractors and a full lineup of zero-turn mowers. Our larger implements take care of the back 40 and then some. For pasture maintenance, crop shredding, hay, or a variety of other farm, ranch, or commercial tasks, we have what you need to turn your property into a land of opportunity. Remember, if it doesn't say Bush Hog, it just won't cut it.
Joined us tonight, and it's good to have you here tonight because we have quite the show. Those of you that joined, how many of you were here last night? By a show, applause, who was here? Thank you for coming back. Thank you for bringing your friends with you tonight. We have a lot of people we're going to be talking about tonight, a lot of sponsors. You've seen that running on the big board up there. Chapel Hill has a great group of sponsors that put things on. H&R Agri-Power and Cherokee Distribution, Bush Hog, as well as Rogers Group, Tri-Green, and Duck River Electric, and Bad Gear, Thompson Cat, National Guard, Claiborne Farms, Air Guys, the HVAC people, of course. Nick Meyer, the Chevrolet, and IMI Concrete, Hot Shot Secrets, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, as well as American Roofers, White's Welding, Cedar Direct, Lee Company, and Florida Brothers. Those are the sponsors we'll be talking about a little bit later on as we make our way through the evening. We have, I counted just a minute ago, we have 48 vehicles. Those of you that were with us last night know we had 51. We have some breakage, let's just put it that way. We'll talk about that when we get a chance here in a minute. I'm joined on the track by 2 very distinguished gentlemen. First of all is Jeremy Krieger. Jeremy will be on this side, on my side of things. On the other side stands, where's Darren? Well, I've lost Darren already. He's already wandering off. Darren Hardwell, thank you. We appreciate that. But I want to take your time and point you trackside to the man that is the president of the Chapel Hill Lions Club. the man that makes all of this happen, the man that brings all of us together and helps us bring you the truck and tractor pull event that you have seen and will see here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce Mr. Tim Tips. Tim?
Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that introduction. And man, it's good to see the people coming out as hot as it is here in July. It is just incredible to see all these faces. And some of you have been here a long time, so you've been sitting out in the sun, really soaking in the nice Tennessee. If anybody needs the temperature turned up, please let us know. We can turn it up just a little bit. So I want to thank you all for coming. Chapel Hill Lions Club is an organization that 100% of the proceeds we earn here go back into the community and go to serve blindness. We have multiple charities. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $60,000 a year goes to the Vanderbilt Children's Eyesight Center, White Cane, many foundations that support blindness and the prevention of blindness. We do eye care. So when you look at what we're doing, there's nobody making. These are all volunteers, and if you see an orange shirt that's got a Lions Club sticker, please thank them, because they really work hard to put this show on. And we appreciate you all coming and putting up with us and seeing one of the greatest shows in dirt right here in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. I have a couple of friends with me here that I want to introduce. First, I have Princess Miss Chapel Hill, Landry Jackson. Hi, Landry. How are you today?
Good.
How old are you?
6.
6 years old. So you starting school this year, or you already in school? So just say yes.
Yes.
Great job, y'all. We're really proud of our youth here in Chapel Hill, and they are all part of what we do and what we strive to present. We also have with us Miss Chapel Hill, Sarah Armstrong. Sarah, tell us about what grade you're in and tell us about yourself.
I am going to be a senior this year, and I'm part of the Forest High School cheerleading team.
Outstanding. Have you got a good high kick? No, not a good high kick. So we're going to work on that. Well, we're proud to have them. Please give them a round of applause. Y'all turn around and wave to the crowd. Wave to the crowd, Landry. There you go. Hey, remember what we worked on? Elbow, elbow, wrist, wrist. Elbow, elbow, wrist, wrist. All right, thank y'all very much. Thanks for being here, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being here. I'm going to throw it back to Alan. Welcome to Chapel Hill, and let's get her done.
That sounds like something of a challenge to me, Mr. Tips. I do agree with you there. It's something that we look forward to each and every year right here at Chapel Hill, and that is the Saturday night crowd that is filling in. Trackside, we have a man that, well, only God knows that well. Let's bring our chaplain, so to speak, Invocation, and introducing and thinking about our past members. Larry Rojo Chapman. Larry.
Well, Alan, thank you. I know you don't trust me anymore. But anyway, that's beside that. Guys, once again, before we begin our prayer tonight, we want you to remember these guys have taken a lot of stuff this past year. I want you to remember all of our police, our firemen, all of our first responders, all these guys that go out and do stuff where that you can come in and do this at night and you can be safe and you don't have to worry about anything. A lot of their families go through a bunch of junk because the shifts that they have. So I want you to remember them when you go to bed at nighttime that somebody's watching over you. So remember these guys, and when you see them, thank them. So let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father God, we come to you tonight. We thank you. We praise you. And Father, each one of these different agencies we just talked about, we ask that you would be with them, watch over them, and as they protect us, Father, you protect them. So be with us tonight. We thank you once again for the beautiful weather that you've provided here in Chapel Hill. We thank you for this club, what it means to the community, our schools, and everybody around us that we're able to reach out and help. So, Father, we thank you for all the competitors. We thank you for the beautiful equipment they have brought. We thank you, and we ask that you would give them safe travels as they go back home tonight or tomorrow, whenever they depart. So just be with them. And, Father, we give you all praise and glory. We know it's all about you, and we thank you for this country. We pray for its leaders. They'll make the right decision, and we just pray that we can all get along. So be with us, watch over us, and forgive us. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Larry. Our colors are being posted this evening by troop number 352. And as they make the presentation of our colors, I'm going to ask all the veterans with us tonight, would you please stand for a special recognition from the Chapel Hill crowd? All veterans, would you please rise? Let us express our appreciation to you tonight. Now I'd like to ask the rest of you to please stand as we take a moment and honor this great country of ours. Our colors so proudly displayed in front of us tonight. Please remember this, that freedom is not free. We live in the land of the free because it is the home of the brave. We stand and pay tribute because of the group we just recognized, our veterans. To our veterans, we say thank you. To those newly returned from deployment, welcome home. To the families with men and women serving around the world and here at home, know that we wait with you and we pray with you for their safe return. Let us never, ever forget, but let us forever remember. It is the veteran, not the preacher, that's given us the freedom of religion. The veteran, not the reporter, that's given us the freedom of the press. The veteran, not the poet, that's given us the freedom of speech. The veteran, not the campus organizer, that's given us the freedom to assemble as we have here this evening. The veteran, not the lawyer, that's given us the right to a fair trial. The veteran, not the politician, that's given us the right to vote. It is the veteran that salutes the flag. Sadly, it is the veteran that sleeps beneath it. All gave some, but some gave all. To honor America, please welcome Besley Campbell. She's a freshman at Eagleville High School, a daughter of Craig and Mindy Campbell, and sister of Kenny Rose Campbell, and our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Presley. God bless America. It is always so refreshing to have someone do it live. Again, thank you to Troop Number 352 and presenting our colors tonight. We appreciate that very much. Bit of housekeeping.
Hey, Alan.
What?
I would like to turn the mic over to Rojo Chapman for a moment.
All right.
Alan, you know that this club is all about serving. It's what all these guys in the orange shirts you see, what we all do, and proud of it. We also got another guy here tonight that this past year received a prestigious award from his company, A.O. Smith Water Company. They make water heaters. He worked with Soldier's Child. You say, what is Soldier's Child? Soldier's Child is an organization for kids that they've lost either one or both their parents where they've served overseas somewhere. Mr. Phil Manners. Big Shade received that award this year. So give him a big round of applause for his service in giving. Thank you.
Alan, I want to add something to that. So you heard Rojo reference Big Shady. Big Shade got his name when he did a missionary trip to Belize. And everywhere he went, there was a little kid kept hanging out with him. He couldn't get shed of him. He kept staying around. He finally, he said, like, "What do you want?" And he said, "You make good shade." It's all you, Alan.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That's where the name came from. Well, everybody's got a name for a reason. Everybody's got a nickname for a reason. But they all center here tonight. Nicknames or no nicknames, everybody is gathered at Chapel Hill, Tennessee for a Saturday night. Oh, there's Darren. He's in the middle of the track and got himself caught over there. Darren Hartwell is joining us. He'll be doing some of the presentation work down there along with Jeremy Krieger. Those are the two compatriots that I have working with me here this evening. A couple of housekeeping things. First of all, we do have a cooling station located north end of the display area near the ambulances. If you feel like you're suffering from the heat or any other medical emergency, please visit with them. They'll be glad to take care of you. Medical personnel are there to help with any medical emergency. We appreciate that as well. I also had delivered to me a set of car keys. I know, check your pockets. They were found on that side of the track. So those of you on this side, don't worry about it, they're not yours. They had a yellow tag on it. And I would guess that the keys will fit that 2013 black Chevrolet Silverado four-wheel drive. If you can tell me what else is hanging on that key ring, they're yours. So I have them in the tower. We'll be ready to go here very, very shortly. We have, as I said, 48 vehicles. We lost a couple for breakage. We'll talk about that when we get to it. We're going to be in super stock diesel to start with. We lost two right there last night. Steve Burge said, nope, he's got metal in the filter. I talked to that crew this morning, and they're a little concerned about that, so they scratched for the opportunity to run here tonight. The Blagraves were here, and you saw that one come apart last night. They blew up two turbochargers. And what happened is I talked to them as they loaded and left for Texas. They said what happens when a turbocharger explodes, it goes through the next one and through the second one. So they said until we can get this home and actually take it apart and diagnose what our problems are, we feel like we need to pull out of Chapel Hill. So those boys are on their way to Texas. We appreciate them being here yesterday, last night, competition. So we are down to 5 super stock diesels to run tonight. 8,000 pound will be our first class off of the line tonight. And my compatriots are both in order and in place down there. Welcome, guys. Good to have you. Let's make some noise at Chapel Hill. What do you think, Jeremy?
Well, good evening, Chapel Hill, Tennessee, for session number 2. How are we tonight? I don't know, Darren. Let's try again. How are we tonight? That's better. Well, we're tickled to be with you for session number 2 of the 47th annual Lions Super Pull of the South. I am Jeremy Krieger from just down the road a piece in Louisville, Kentucky. Want to introduce my other tag team partner here tonight out of the great state of Michigan, Mr. Darren Hartwell. Darren, welcome aboard.
Jeremy, thank you very much. I'm honored to be here in Chapel Hill at the Lions Super Bowl of the South, one of the premier events on the NTPA Super National Circuit. And it's an honor to work with Jeremy Krieger and Alan Washburn up in the tower. Two great announcers and just great people as well. So honored to be here. Want to thank the Lions Club and all the folks here in Chapel Hill for all their hospitality this weekend, to us, to the pullers, to you fans. We really want to thank you fans for coming out here. Just awesome, and we appreciate the support. Let's go pulling.
Sounds good to me. Let's bring Jacob Belfance up first. He's our test hook in this class with the chain reaction out of Salem, Alabama. There are two vehicles from that great state here with us tonight, both out of the Belfance stable. Chain reaction and chain breaker. They pull only in Chapel Hill, then they go back to Alabama. Well, isn't it nice that they chose to grace us with their presence here tonight? Tough running competitors out of the state, looking forward to them each and every time. 8,000 pounds, of course, we're talking super stock diesel, talking multiple turbochargers underneath the hood. 1, 2, 3, up to 4 chargers, 3 pressure stages. We talked about what happened with the Blagraves. If something happens to that charger, and a turbocharger is nothing more than an exhaust-driven air compressor, but you have the exhaust from one driving the input of the next, the exhaust from the second driving the input of the third, etc. It takes time to spool up 4 chargers. So give them a break, give them the time, watch the exhaust. And we talked about this last night, Jeremy. When you look that exhaust and it's going from white to gray to black, you know we're about ready to come off of the clutch and bring it down the track.
Yeah, fantastic. You start seeing those smokes change color, and then you listen for the whoosh of those turbos, and you know he's about ready to let her eat, no doubt about it. So Jacob Belfance had a podium here last night, 3rd place with us in session number 1. Comes to us from Fonda, New York, actually, but the tractors reside in the state of Alabama. They have 2 homes. They live in Alabama and New York. By trade, Jacob, we talked a little bit about this last evening. He drives red tractors on the weekends, but during the week, he sells green ones. So you figure that one out. But here he comes tonight. We're happy to have him, Jacob Belfance.
As Jeremy stated, he was 3rd out here last night. Last year on Saturday night, also in 3rd place with this tractor. So a track record of success here at Chapel Hill.
All right, Tennessee, are you ready to go? Super stock pulling here tonight. Here we come. Where are my national fans? Here we go now. Let's get it started. We're on a good, strong run to get things started now for the chain reaction machine. Jacob Belfance going to have to be happy with that. We'll see if he takes it or not. Started in the middle, brought it over to the right just a little bit, sashaying and hidey-ho and all the way down to the 290 marker. So we'll see what he thinks.
He asked this question last night. How many first-timers do we have here in Chapel Hill tonight? All right, well, welcome. Thank you. If this is your first time at a tractor pull, we'll explain a little bit about how this works. So that orange machine you see in the middle of the track is called a weight transfer machine, or what we'll refer to as a sled. As that sled is pulled down the track by the pulling vehicle, that orange box, which is back underneath the cab right now, has the Cali's logo on it, will move forward. As it moves forward, it transfers the weight from the back onto the pan. Now the pan is that flat orange part underneath the front of the sled. Under that, there are grouser bars that dig into the dirt and thus create more friction and make it harder to pull. So we transfer the weight forward and put more weight on the pan and make this sled harder to pull. The goal of our event here tonight is not speed, it's distance. So whoever pulls the furthest distance will be declared the winner.
So some pulling 101 for you. And again, rookies, if this is your first time and you want to come down and ask us questions, we're free to answer them. The bottom line is that you understand what you're seeing, make the show a little bit better. So, Mr. Washburn, what did we find out with Mr. Belfance?
Well, 289.9 is what Jacob ends up with, and he accepts that hook. You were very close in calling that a 290 mark. Very close as well, indeed. 289.9 brings the man out from Petersburg, Indiana, on board of the Super Rooster. the Kent Paint.
So our competitors can spot this sled anywhere they want along the width of the track. The sled can ride up and down the white chalk lines all night long, but if any part of the pulling vehicle touches that white line, it's a disqualification. So we saw Jacob Belfance over on the right center of the track, or basically in the center, and Kent Payne has moved over just a little bit left of center with the Super Rooster. Kent was the Grand National runner-up last year.
So Kent Payne comes to us from Petersburg, Indiana, up central Indiana, across 74 on your way to the state of Illinois. Just before you get to the line, you'll see Petersburg right there. Comes in tonight third in the Grand National point standings. I think he had a fourth here last night.
Cranked up and running very well tonight.
Well, gentlemen, you talk about a pass. Second hook of the night, and we're seeing almost a perfect pass down here. I mean, great ground speed. Tractor was weighted correctly, came with it at the right time. Good run. We're going to shake things up, no question here with Kent Payne.
The Super Rooster Motorsports team will be happy with that.
Well, and we talk a lot about having another crack at it, gentlemen. So they came out here last night. You got a fourth. Went back to the drawing board today. Fixed some things, obviously. Brought her out here tonight to a 330-foot pass. Good run for that Super Rooster out of the Hoosier State. All right, rookies, let me talk to you some more. So you see these white lines on the side of our pulling track here tonight. Those are your out-of-bounds lines. So our tractors or competitors have to keep their vehicles in between those two lines. And as the evening goes on, you will notice sometimes these tractors can have a mind of their own. They might want to go one direction over another. So when it lifts the front and the wheels are off, the front wheels are off the ground, the only way to steer it is with the brakes. Each of the rear wheels has its own independent braking mechanism that these drivers utilize to basically steer when the tractor is running and the wheels are not touching the ground. So the whole concept is basically you got to keep her between the lines. And if you go out of those lines, you're out of bounds and you're disqualified. So you'll watch as the evening goes along. Sometimes these drivers have to hit the brakes pretty hard to keep the tractors in bounds. And when they do that, they lose some momentum. It always comes into play in truck and tractor pulling. So watch that as well.
We'll be talking about that as we make our way through the evening with all classes, really, when they have independent rear braking systems that they can utilize. But in the super stock position, and you brought it up, you want to pump those brakes up before they leave the line, because when you want to tag a brake, you don't want it to grab. You want it to ease in there and bring you back into the track area. But if you stab that brake hard and it bites, it will throw that vehicle one way or the other, and that's very, very difficult to recover from. Chris Kane comes out of New Palestine, Indiana, on board of the Aces Wild, our third hook of a class of only 5 tonight.
Yeah, so the Kane family, longtime pro stock pullers. And just in the last year or so, Chris has taken this tractor from the pro stock to the super stock ranks. Had some success with it so far. And like you said last night, Alan, it's really interesting to watch because they can both drive pro stocks and super stocks and switch off. I'll drive your tractor, you drive mine. Kind of an interesting thing to watch with the Kane family out of New Palestine, Indiana. Farmers up that way. Our mark to beat is 330.995.
291 with 305 to the right, puts him in number 2 spot. 291 with a 305. You'll have the opportunity to watch probably 2 replays on about every one of our pullers tonight, simply because the camera shots that we can take both from the side and off of the sled will give us the opportunity to watch a little bit different perspective on all of our pullers here tonight.
John Belfance is going to be up next. He finished second here with this tractor last year on Saturday night.
Yep. 2-tractor team, of course. We saw Jacob out here a little bit earlier. Now it'll be John's turn.
Tractors hit the track. They are always a force to be reckoned with. The chain reaction and the chain breaker. They've been in the winner's circle at the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green as well. So, you know, at the Super National events, they've done very well here in Chapel Hill and up in Bowling Green as well, and at a Grand National up in New York too. So when you see these tractors, always competitive.
So they hold residences in both the state of Alabama and up and around Fonda, New York. But I believe the tractors mostly stay south. But they have fun pulling all summer, just like the rest of us do out here on the circuit. Again, we need to talk about our point system, fans. So all of our drivers here tonight are competing for valuable Grand National points. So at the end of the season, you know, they'll accumulate the points, and the person with the most will be the Grand National champion in their respective classes. So we're out here chasing big points here tonight and all summer pretty well. So that Super Rooster still at the top of the pile out here. 330.995. That's the mark set for Mr. Belfance. See what he can do here now. Out of Alabama by way of New York.
By way of celebration, when they reach the end of the season and they are the champion in whatever division, they will qualify to run at the Enderley Pull-Off the 17th of September in Champaign County, Urbana, Ohio. Come join us for that, and you can see them all in action, all the classes, regional and Grand National winners, running one day in Ohio.
I don't know, Alan Washburn. I'm not going to touch this one. I'm just going to tell you it's awfully close. And I mean awfully close.
This is so close, it's amazing. 330.165 is second place. Kent Payne is 330.995. A game of inches tonight. And we've got one more, and that's Travis.
Watch the end of this video. John Belfance knew he was on a pass towards the end of that. He was pretty pumped up about that run.
Well, Alan Washburn, in the words of Agent Maxwell Smart, missed it by that much. A hair of his chinny chin fans, but a good number 2 shot, no question about it. But we're going to bring up the bone twister next, gentlemen.
We just talked about Grand National points and accumulating points throughout the season. Last year, no one accumulated more than Travis Schlabaugh with the Bone Twister. He's our reigning Grand National champion, and he is currently leading in 2022.
Well, he of course took home all the marbles here last night. And so far this season, fans, we've got 7 events if you include last night. And he won both events at Hutchinson. He won both events at Toma. And he won here last night. So if you do the math, that is 5 wins out of 7 events coming in here tonight. I'd say the man is on a roll with this machine out of Marengo, Iowa. So we'll set the field for you. Kent Payne is your leader. 330.995. John Belfance, number 2 right now. 330.165. Chris Kane in the number 3 spot. 291 and some change. Jacob Belfance, it's number 4. 289 and 9. As we get ready for your reigning champion and your current points leader, Travis Schlabaugh. So is the bacon going to go to Indiana or Iowa? We'll know in about 330 feet, fans. Hey, buddy.
Going to break that hard. He was letting the front wheels bite the track as he needed to bring it on in, and it worked.
Well, it's just like we said, fans. He kept her in bounds, did a heck of a job keeping it off the line over there. But when you do that, you lose some momentum.
Travis was fighting it hard. It kept wanting to drift left on him. He was fighting it hard and did a good job keeping it in bounds and getting a 3rd place here.
Your class is going to finish this way. Kent Payne with the Rooster in first with a 330.995. The chain breaker of John Belfance at 330.165. Travis with a 322.295. We just saw him. Chris Kane at number 4 with a 291.305. And the chain reaction to Jacob at 289.00. So we need the top 3 to the winner's circle down there. We're going to be making a change on the track. We're going to swap sleds. Minis are next. Mini rods are next. A class of 13.
So again, we need Travis Schlabaugh. We need John Belfance. And we need Kent Payne. Kent Payne, Travis Schlabaugh, and John Belfance. We need you to the winner's circle, please, for our trophy presentations. Well, fans, we're going to be down for just a minute as we set the big one down and pick the little one up here. We're going to go mini modified pulling here directly. If you do not have ear protection for yourself and for your littles, we suggest that you find some, because we are going to be quite loud here, fans, with these little mini rod tractors. 2,050 pounds with the driver. More horsepower than you got weight. So they can get unpredictable, but they are very, very fun to watch and very, very loud. No question about it. So make sure you are protected.
To the winner's circle, I need Kent and Sandy Payne. John Bell and Travis Schlabaugh.
You can see the total finishes of our top contenders on the big scoreboard. Shows up out here, and you can kind of follow along as we make sure that we have all our numbers right as well. But we'll get back down to the presentation here directly in the winner's circle. A big thanks to Touchstone Energy for bringing the balloon to us tonight and carrying the American flag high above. We appreciate that. We appreciate the fact that they're going to be here for a while at least. And if you want to ride, and Jeremy, you're supposed to be riding the balloon, remember? You've got something to do tonight.
Well, unfortunately, Alan, they're not running it with people in it because it's too windy over there, apparently.
Well, the wind is on this side of the scoreboard. I'll leave it alone. Just got the word a minute ago that there will be a airback helicopter that will be coming in. It will be a static display once they get on the ground. No problems, but we're going to bring that in for everybody to see. Don't know when it's arriving, but I have been apprised that it will be arriving soon.
Mr. Washburn, housekeeping, please tell Colin we need some more batteries.
He's headed your way. Mini rod competition will be up. Keith Horse, the Fox, the Red Fox.
Test. All right, here we come now. Mini modified pulling. Up number one out of the state of Ohio. We Keith Horst in that Red Hart Fox tractor here tonight. Long-time competitor. Well, Alan Washburn, we popped a belt last night with the machine. And it looks like we shredded another one tonight.
Exactly right. I'm not real sure, but when it stops that quickly, you know that there has to be something that let go. 300.34, 300 with a 34 cents to the right for Keith Horst. He's your test hook. He has an option if he wants to get it fixed.
I am down.
Trackside, he's going to take it.
I am down in the winner's circle. Our third place finisher tonight, Travis Schlabaugh, the Bone Twister team. Travis, your current points leader, decent hook tonight. Tell us a little bit about your run.
Well, it was kind of a last minute. I didn't think that track was as good as what we thought, so we moved a little weight to the back. And then as I was driving on the track, I thought, let's try to be a hero or a zero. So we had a really good run. I can't complain. Congratulations to the Super Rooster team. They're just great people, and I don't care if I get beat by Kent and Sandy Payne. So it was awesome. And I rode the brake. I didn't touch the brake. I just stabbed the brake and hold it from 100 to 250 foot nonstop. So I'm sure that hurt me, but Kent had a beautiful run. Kudos to them guys.
Okay, so we have a $100 gift card from O'Reilly's and a box of goodies from Hot Shot Secret for you. Who do you want to thank out here tonight?
Oh, I got to thank my buddy back home, Denny Healy, builds the motors for me, does an amazing job. And Steve come down to help me this weekend, my wife, Allison, the Three Blind Mice pulling team. I mean, them guys partied like you wouldn't believe last night.
All right, your third place finisher, the Bone Twister team, Travis Schlabaugh.
All right, here comes Chris Burnett. And the Little Disaster out of Taylor, Wisconsin.
One of three of our minis that have come from the state of Wisconsin. This is the first. We'll see two more a bit later. One will follow right behind Chris, and then follow down in the class, a name that is known to everyone.
So he was 5th place here last night with the machine.
There's your new first place with a 3:01.435. There's the replay on the big screen.
We are down here in the winner's circle with our second place finisher, John Belfance. John, you finished second here last year on Saturday night as well. Second back out here tonight. How does it feel?
It feels good. I'm getting really good at getting seconds. I've had 2 seconds at Bowling Green, so I'm getting that much closer to winning the Grand National Pole.
You're getting very, very close. So awesome run. I saw you were pumped up at the end. Tell us a little bit about your run.
No, it felt really good. You know, last night we got hot. I got to say a special thanks to my brother Justin. He gave me kind of a fail-safe system, so if it gets hot, to shut down, and that really worked. We came back out tonight not knowing if it was hurt or not, but obviously she ran pretty good, so really happy with that.
Great. So who do you want to thank out here tonight?
First, I want to thank these fans. I mean, it is not cool out here, and this place is packed. It's amazing the dedication that the fans have in this area, so that's really cool. I want to thank my wife, Tina, Erwin, and Corey back at home that helps with the wrenching.
Good deal. So as the second place finisher tonight, you get your choice of a steel hedge trimmer or a steel blower, so you can pick whichever one of those you want. And again, congratulations on second place. The Chain Reaction Chain Breaker team, the Belfance Motorsports team. Congratulations.
What's that? Hold it, Mark.
The second of our Wisconsin entries is Jeff Goza. Grandpa's Disaster. And you wonder where the names come from. Ask him. He'll give you quite the story behind it.
Jeff Kuza comes out here as part of the Disaster Motorsports team. We just saw a little disaster make its pass. Here comes Jeff. He was the number 2 man last night here. Hit the podium with the machine. Tough competitor out of the great state of Wisconsin. Well, again, fans, 2,050 pounds with the driver. The engines on these machines are like something you'd see in the top alcohol ranks in drag racing.
That brake. Here again, very important not to stab the brake, but he was feathering that brake in, and you could see it pull and come back to the right like he wanted it to.
I am down here in the winner's circle with your winner of the Superstock Diesel class, Kent Payne, Super Rooster Motorsports. Kent, tell us about that awesome pass tonight.
Well, we felt pretty good. Last night we had a train wreck coming down through there. It looked terrible. You know it's pretty bad when Scott Doty said that sucked. But no, we regrouped, looked our data over, came up with a plan. It worked really well.
Good deal. So, Ken, I know you do a lot of the wrenching on your own equipment and for other people. What do you get the most enjoyment from, doing your own stuff or some of your customers?
Well, I really like working on my customer stuff. They seem to do a lot better than I do, but that's the name of the game. You know, we have a pretty good business working on international stuff and get along pretty good.
I think you're being a little bit modest. You were the Grand National runner-up last year. 2 of your customers won Grand National classes, Grand National Championships. So that would be in the Super Semi with Brian Ellithorpe and Nikki's Nightmare, and in the Super Farm division, the checking out of Ryan Anderson. So, Ken, who do you want to thank out here tonight?
Well, I want to thank all the fans, everybody that puts this track together. They do a beautiful job. Love pulling down here. All the sponsors. I really got to thank Weimer Fuel Injection. They do a lot of work with what I build and what I run. And special Cody McKinley with Corsa Instruments. Without that, we couldn't run.
All right. Kent Payne, your winner, Super Stock Diesel, the Super Rooster.
All right, let's go to Newcastle, Indiana, the Hoosier State, for our next competitor. Opportunity to speak with her for a little while yesterday. She's ready to get with it here tonight in Chapel Hill.
To the 7, 9, 5, 2, 8, 8, 78, 5 to the right, 79, 5. Mini rod class often called the wildest ride on two wheels. And if you stop and really think about how that moniker fits, as they come off of the line, the front wheels will come up. They are now driving with only the rear tires, the brakes assigned to each one of them. Unless that front end touches down, they're going to stay on two wheels the far end of the track. They go high, they go low, and it gets pretty wild, or can get pretty wild. So we want to watch as they come down to make sure that we are watching and making sure that the brakes are applied correctly and we don't get a lot of trouble. Back down to the winner's circle. What do you got, Darren?
I am back in the winner's circle. I'd like to introduce the chairman of this tractor pull, Clint Bowman. He has a special presentation.
I'd just like to say, we ain't never done this before, but there's been a young man coming in here for several years, and I don't know how many seconds he's got, but he's got more seconds, I believe, than anybody. And we just wanted to honor him with a chair, but being he can't win one. So, the Hard Charger Award goes to Steve Burge. Congratulations, friend.
So the Lock and Load team, Butch Schiebla, John Stewart, Steve Burge, your 2022 Hard Charger Award. You guys said you've been coming here for 22 years?
Yeah, this has been our 22nd year. We never have got a chair. I think Profab and everybody else got enough for a dining set, but I can't seem to sit at the table.
All right, well, thank you very much for coming, guys.
Very smooth pass for CJ. And here again, we're playing a game of inches tonight. 307 and 3. Jeff Guza, 307 and 7. Do the math there, Jeremy. Tell me, yeah, it's about that far. You're exactly right.
So C.J. Graysick making his pass here for Uncle Dave, UD Motorsports out of Litchfield, Kentucky, with the machine known as the pile driver. He goes into the number 2 spot there.
We want to make sure we thank our sponsors, Bush Hog, Duck River Electric, H&R AgriPower, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and Tri-Green Equipment for sponsoring this poll for 2022 out here in Chapel Hill.
We also want to thank Flavor and Farm Supply for their help this weekend. All right, our next competitor will be none other than Adam Kester out of Wadesville, Indiana, St. Wendell area. Down, if you know where Evansville, Indiana is, down Highway 64, westbound. On your way to the Illinois state line, you go right past the town of Wadesville. Adam Kester, second generation puller. The son, the late great Larry Kester, who's very special to not only pulling, but also to Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Unfortunately, we lost him about 3 years ago. And Adam continues to honor his father by pulling his old tractor. And that's the one he's in right now. They call her Footloose. Your mark to beat continues to be 307, 795. Jeff Guza showing us the way here.
Feet seems to be a popular number tonight. This one with an 055 to the right. 307, 055, which shows him in the number 3 spot. Now he gets to take a fast trip to the other end of the track, crawl on board the next, the Beast of Burden.
Well, Mr. Washburn, so far 307 feet's turning into a parking lot out here.
Yeah, man, you're right. You're right. You got room for more?
I believe we do. We'll see. But so far, our top 3 are all in the 307 area. 307-055, 307-310, 307-795.
A game of inches that we're playing tonight. You're right, Jeremy.
No question about it.
Now, this will be the next time we see Adam come down. He's coming down with the second vehicle out of the stable. There's something to be said for making the transition from one vehicle to the other. Yes, they're both his. Yes, he drives both of them. But there are idiosyncrasies on each vehicle. It has to be going through his mind. He has to figure out what he needs to do to make this one work and perform better than he just did. He needs to beat that 307 and, let's say, 8 at this point in time.
Yes, for sure. So he gets out of one, gets a ride back down to the top end, straps in, and he'll have another crack at it here. And we'll see if that tractor goes 307 or better. Well, Chapel Hill, are you having fun so far? Well, by show of hands, how many people were here with us last year? Awesome, awesome. How many people have been coming for the last 5 years? Good, good. How many people have been coming for the last 10 years of it? All right. How many people were here in 1976? I don't see anybody. We've been here 47 times.
We've got a guy, Jeremy, we have a guy over here at about the 300-foot mark. He was here at the first one in 1976. Let's give this gentleman a big round of applause.
Well, you are a true fan, sir. We thank you for being with us 47 times. All right, here's that Kester tractor now. Calls it the Beast of Burden.
We've got another fan over here that's been here for all 47 of them too. So there's a lot of people. You can't put on an event like this without the support of you guys all coming out. We appreciate it. It means a lot to the community, to the pullers especially. They love coming to Chapel Hill. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Here we come now. Adam Kester.
That does not look good from the get-go, from the time he cracked the throttle open.
Nope, you are correct. And very reminiscent of what happened to Toby Tobin last night.
I was thinking the very same thing. Exactly what I was thinking.
You know, I just looked at the lineup sheet. All three of the Kester tractors are back to back to back. So speaking of Ron Tobin, he'll be up next.
Technical Services giving us the update. They're going to drop him 6. That fuel line split. So we can replace that. He can come back 6 positions. So we'll see Beast of Burden with a brand new fuel line in just a minute. 6 positions down.
As you just saw, the Marshall County Air Evac helicopter making a landing and a special appearance here at the Lions Super Bowl of the South in Chapel Hill. Great to have a flyover.
It's not often that I've handed a note that everyone in the crowd will understand. I have such a note. From home, Rona and Ken Vini. Say hello, Chapel Hill. Best of luck to all of the champions. So answer them back with a big round of applause. Ken and Rona Vini are watching tonight. Great to hear from them. Great to hear from them. Somebody stopped me a while ago and asked about Ken, and I really didn't have a lot I could pass on. Ken and Rona, good to know that you're watching us tonight. Got this from the merchandiser, Chapel Hill event shirts. They have XLs and 2XLs are the only sizes remaining. Get them while they last.
Well, we want to take this time to say hello to Ken and Rona Vini and everybody else watching on NTPA.tv around the country and around the world.
For those of you who haven't visited the concession stand yet, highly recommend it. Alan, I noticed you were having a burger pre-show. I polished off several items from there last night. Tried the chicken, tried the burger, corn dog. I was sampling it all. It was all very, very good. Recommend you hit the concession stand, get some food, get some drinks. There's snacks over there. There's ice cream over there as well, and Dippin' Dots.
Okay, here we come now with Ron Tobin. Ron Tobin has been the crew chief for the Kester Motorsports team for many, many, many years. And about 3 years or so ago, the decision was made to put him in the seat. And he has been going with it ever since. But he's been around the sport forever. And he knows how to get down to 300 feet, no question about it. Here tonight with us out of Huntingburg, Indiana, with the machine known as Walk the Line for Shell Rotella. So he's going to need better than 307 feet to go to the top of the pile here.
Well, we have a new leader, and we broke that 307 barrier. 313 and 84 cents to the right. 313 and 84 cents.
Well, that's going to make them happy in Wadesville, Indiana. No question about it. 313.840. Walk the line going to the top of the pile for Ron Tobin. And Alan, I've been watching these tractors, and it's amazing to me that they're all not really finessing it out of the hole. I mean, they're getting them spinning and just dropping the hammer.
I would agree. I've been watching that as well. And everybody has their own departure technique off of the line. And when you start to see a lot of similarity, you also start to see a lot of similarity in where they finish as well. You're exactly right, Jeremy.
So a good, strong run for Ron Tobin. That tractor was kind of digging the front for about the first 150 or 200 feet, and then all of a sudden she hooked around 220, picked up the front wheels, and away they went. 313 feet and some change. We're going to move the O'Reilly flag down here as we bring up Mr. Pysik.
If that name sounds familiar, the family's been very, very successful in the late Superstock division with Ford tractors, and you'll see on the paint scheme and color scheme on this tractor that it's reminiscent of the Fords.
So yeah, Tim's dad, Mark, 5-time NTPA champion, Grand National side of things in the light Superstock division with that machine known as the Bomb. And as Darren said, this tractor looks basically just like it. So another example of father and son team where the sons want to try something a little different than dad. So they try a different class in the sport, and they've had success with this little tractor. They're doing well with it.
.295 with the 635 to the right for Tim. 295, 635.
Well, fans up there on the replay, look, you can see that kind of unloading those rear tires. She's bouncing on him, maybe just a tick light on the front, but a good strong run for Tim Pysik. 295, 635 will put him in the number 7 position here tonight. Go. Number 2 of the 47th annual Lions Super Pull of the South. We are happy you're with us here tonight, live and on NTPA.TV.
As we look forward to the dates for next year, Friday and Saturday, July 21st and 22nd.
Let me get my calendar out and see if I can pencil those dates in.
Coming up next out of Shelbyville, Indiana, the Lil Wicked, Grant Theobald, your winner out here last night. This young man started pulling, he's a third-generation puller out of the state of Indiana. He's pulled two-wheel drive the last couple of years, and then this year came out with a brand new Mini and had some growing pains with it early in the season. But last night, man, it all came together.
Well, and Darren, I want to note that also, yes, on the Theobald side, he is a third-generation puller. On the Gettinger side, he's a fourth-generation puller. If you look at Renee's side of the lineage, of course, she pulls, her dad Neil pulled, and her grandfather Phil pulled. So that makes him 3 on the Theobald side and 4 on the Gettinger side, just so we know. But, yeah, had a heck of a pass aboard this little purple machine last evening, and he was tickled to death in there to interview with you at the end of he was very emotional. It was a great interview.
Absolutely. You know, just graduated from high school, heading to Purdue University in the fall. Sounds like he was there this past week for orientation and getting things ready to start school in the fall in West Lafayette.
Well, and you look at the Theobald family, and you look at, you look at the sons here. All they've ever known is pulling, like from the time they were knee-high. So it's really good to see these kids grow up and do good, do some successful things behind the wheel, like their mom and dad here. But the youngster, freshman at Purdue University. Of course, the Theobald's been around for a really, really long time. Farmers up in Shelbyville, Indiana. We'll see what Grant can do here tonight aboard Little.
Chasing Toby Tobin's 3:13 and 8 is still our leader with the walk the line. Theobald family very, very busy on the Grand National Tour. Grant's mom, Renee, campaigns a two-wheel drive truck on the Grand National Tour, and we'll see his father, Doug, out here later on with an unlimited modified.
When I was talking to him earlier, Darren, next weekend they're going to have a quandary because they're going to have to be in 2 different places at once.
Beyond 300 convincingly. $317, 8 1/4. 317, 825. There's your new first place right now.
Well, he was towing that chalk line. I'm going to tell you, it was off to the races down there. Grant drove that thing like he's been driving it his whole life, fans. No question about it. Takes it to the top. 317, 825. They're going to be tickled to death with that one.
Yeah, another great run.
Watch it up there, fans. He's taking him to the left. He keeps her straight. And driving through that's not easy because it'll take you hard to the left. And as Alan said earlier, you got to just finesse that brake. You can't hit it too hard because it'll totally upset that tractor. So good job by the young man here tonight out of Shelbyville, Indiana. He is your leader.
And as you mentioned, Jeremy, Theobald family's going to have to make a decision whether they're going with you up to Brandenburg, Kentucky, or going with Alan up to Fort Recovery, Ohio.
Well, then I think the points would dictate that they're going to have to go to both places. We'll see how it works there. But, yeah, next weekend they're going to split the schedule. Two-wheelers are going to be with me in Brandenburg. And the other classes will be in Ohio with Mr. Washburn.
Folks, if you like what you see out here tonight, you want to catch some more action later on in the season, go to ntpapull.com. Check out the full schedule. You can see current point standings and upcoming events.
All right, here's the second tractor of the UD Motorsports team. Uncle Dave Motorsports out of Litchfield, Kentucky. This is Chase Richardson with the machine known as the Vibrator. Stock of today, they've been running those Cup Force blowers with Newton power, the Newton engine. They really like what they're seeing.
We had a problem a while ago breaking the 307 barrier. Now we're playing around with 316 and 317. Chase at 316 and a 6. 3 to the right. Number 2 spot for Chase Richardson. The rest of the minis, it's the Adam show. Adam Bauer, Adam Kester, Adam Bauer, in that order.
I'm really thankful that we have the laser down here because I'm standing about 15 feet away. And that was too close to call between Grant Theobald and Chase Richardson. Chase finished 3rd last night, so looking to bump up a spot.
So Adam Bauer with the Iron Toy will be up next. He currently comes into tonight in the lead in the Grand National Points chase with this machine out of Peyton, Iowa. He has wins at Hutchinson, Minnesota, session number 2. Toma, Wisconsin, session number 1. He swept the weekend in Dodge City, Kansas with 2 wins. And if memory serves, he had to get very, very aggressive with the brakes last night to keep it in bounds and was about mid-pack with the machine.
We will see Adam back in this class with another mini modified, and we'll also see him with his unlimited modified. Now, Adam has won Grand National titles in 4 different classes: mini modified, light unlimited, modified, and unlimited modified. So very, very accomplished puller.
Your mark to beat continues to be 317. Well, good strong pass for the machine. Came to a screeching halt down here. Don't know exactly what happened. But a good run.
3:16, 5 1/4, 3:16.525. Good enough for a number 3 spot right now. Grant sitting there with his fingers crossed. He's got 2 more. Both of them named Adam.
So Mr. Bauer is going to jump out and get into the other machine. That's Cowboy up. We will conclude our mini modifieds and then go directly into our next class.
Adam Kester due up next to the Beast of Burden. That fuel line problem, he said, I can get that fixed, but I need 6 places to do it. He is allowed to do that. However, he only has 1 opportunity, 1 chance to cross the 100-foot mark. So we'll see if he got the problem solved to his satisfaction, and then Adam Bauer will bring the Cowboy up and finish our mini class tonight. Pro Stocks, you're next. Those of you that are ready for a little more smoke, we can do that. My turn to ask, guys. Chapel Hill, you enjoying tonight? Oh, come on, you're sound asleep. Are you having fun? That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. We appreciate it. We have fun doing what we're doing. We hope that you do and enjoy. Not only that, maybe learn a little something too. Got 2 guys down on the track that have got more information than you can shake a stick at.
All right, so the second attempt here for Adam Kester, the Beast of Burden, out of Wadesville, Indiana. Adam is an engine builder by trade for Minor Brothers Racing. Does motors for lots of his fellow competitors in all classes, drag racing and truck and tractor pulling as well.
There you are, your new leader at 3:28 and change, 3:28 with a 3:8 to the right. Adam Kester made it look so easy when he came off of the line with a Beast of Burden. However, next up, the Cowboy up of Adam Bauer out of Peyton, Iowa. We'll wrap up our class.
Well, fans, watch this replay. Takes it off. Watch. Wheels come up. And there they stay. And that's what you want right there. Watch. Just straight down the middle. Keeps her just level. Rear wheels are digging and Adam's driving with the brakes. And that's what it looks like, fans, right there. 3:28 and some change. Moving the O'Reilly flag down here, and they're going to be really happy with that in the Hoosier State here tonight. But we got 1 bullet to dodge. And it's a big one.
That's the way to word it. 1 bullet to dodge, and that's right. Adam Bauer, the Cowboy up out of Peyton, Iowa.
Comes into the evening number 2 in Grand National points. He's currently leading and in second with his 2 tractors. And we'll see him out a little bit later with his 5-engine Unlimited, known as cross-threaded. Consistent finishes all summer with the machine. Third place at Hutch. Second places at Toma and Dodge City session number 1. Third place at Dodge City session number 2. Fourth in Hutchinson. Sixth here last night.
Adam Bauer going to try something different with this entry over here on the far left sideline.
Line down there, the cowboy up of Adam Bauer out of Peyton, Iowa. $319,735 is good enough for a number 2 spot. So your number 1 is, of course, the Beast of Burden. We just saw it with the 328,280. Cowboy up at number 2, 319,735, and then we dropped to 317, 8 1/4. Grant Theobald picking up third place tonight in very august company from his win last night to finish number 3 behind these 2 that took him tonight. He had it for a while.
Well, Alan, I got word from Mr. John Dunlap. 3 and 4 in the mini rod class tonight were separated by 1 3/8 inches. The hair of your chinny chin chin, folks.
That's about the length of the joint between the end of your thumb and the first joint. About 1 3/8 inches, unless you got long fingers, which I don't have.
Yes, sir. Well, how about a nice round of applause for all of our mini modified competitors here, ladies and gentlemen. That was a whale of a class, and it was really fun to watch. No doubt about it. Congratulations to the Kesters on their win here tonight. So we need Adam Kester.
From the backyard to the back 40, families have relied on Bush Hog's legendary performance since 1951. We offer over 70 products for 40 horsepower and under tractors and a full lineup of zero-turn mowers. Our larger implements take care of the back 40 and then some. For pasture maintenance, crop shredding, hay, or a variety of other farm, ranch, or commercial tasks, we have what you need to turn your property into a land of opportunity. Remember, if it doesn't say Bush Hog, it just won't cut it.
Yourself some Chapel Hill commemorative merch.
I am down here in the winner's circle. Grant Theobald, Lil Wicked. What a weekend, man.
It doesn't get much better than that. Made a good run. I had to hit the brake a little bit, but I'm still pleased with it. There's a lot of people I need to thank to get me where I am right now. First off, I need to thank sponsors that helped put this pull on. Bush Hog, Duck River Electric, H&R Agri-Power, O'Reilly's, and Tri-Green Equipment. And then I need to thank everybody here standing behind me. I need to thank my dad and my mom for allowing me the opportunity to drive. Everybody in the shop that makes this thing go, everybody on the farm, keeps everything going. Roger Williams for building our motors, Josh Miles for helping out in the shop, Cole and Mark Palmer for getting everything shined up, ready to go this weekend. I need to thank Darren Mayer for our engine program this year. I need to thank Modern Machine for building one hell of a chassis. Bob Nichols, Brett Berg. I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody, but a lot of people that make this thing go.
All right, again, your third place finisher, Grant Theobald, Little Wicked.
Maybe you've got somewhere to be, work to get done, or it's time for some fun. No matter what gets you there, O'Reilly Auto Parts has a super start battery to get things going. Our professional parts people will help you test, find, or install batteries for nearly any vehicle. Superstart, power, performance, and reliability. Only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Adam Bauer and crew, please report to the winner's circle. Adam Bauer and crew, please report to the winner's circle.
We jump to our Pro Stock class, a class of 13 tonight with one scratch from last night. Chris Couch, those of you that were with us last night, Ken, that tractor driver, also out of Jackson, Tennessee, the High Cotton tractor, developed a problem with the timing belt slipping. If you were with us, you remember it just didn't run like it should. They found that its timing belt is slipping and they don't know why. So better to do it, scratch it, and take it home and put it in the shop and fix it. So he's headed to Jackson, so no problem at all. I have 13 to run. Kevin Schmucker out of Louisville, Ohio with a Get Her Done Deer is your first hook in the class.
Speaking of first in the Pro Stock class, Kevin won the first ever Pro Stock hook here in Chapel Hill. We'll give it around here.
Green fans, you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Well, that was a pass.
$364.58 to the right. 364.58.
Well, a good strong run for Kevin Schmucker and the Get Her Done Deer. We'll see if our tech officials are going to watch another one here.
I am down here in the winner's circle. Your second place finisher tonight, Adam Bauer, the Cowboy Up Machine. Adam, what do you want to say about your run tonight?
Oh, it was a lot better than last night. No, congratulations to Adam, and just like to thank everybody that come with me, my mom and dad, Grace, CJ and Ross for helping me, all the sponsors, Bush Hog, Duck River Electric, H&R, Ag Power, O'Reilly's, and Jeff. Thanks to Jeff, too. He's going running the Gator. And everybody at home, Jonto, Scotty, thank you guys.
All right, Adam, as our second place finisher out here, you get your choice of a steel hedge trimmer or a steel blower. And the orange color matches the paint scheme on your tractors. So congratulations. Adam Bauer, your second place finisher.
Thank you very much.
All right, so here we come now with last night's winner. Out of the Bluegrass State, we're going to Marion, Kentucky. For this new machine known as El Nino. Rhett Parrish doing the driving here tonight out of the state of Kentucky. This tractor was debuted in February this year. Brand new from top to bottom out of the Chaos Shop up there in Pennsylvania, Waynesburg, PA. And it is a beauty, no question about it. No expense spared. with this machine. And he was on a whale of a pass here last night and took home the hardware. We'll see what he's got up his sleeve here tonight. Where are the international fans here tonight? Where are the John Deere fans here tonight? Do we have any AGCO, Alice Chalmers fans here tonight? How many people don't care?
You had to open that can of worms, didn't you, Jeremy?
It's all about crowd participation, Mr. Washburn. So here comes El Nino at 400. Case IH out of the Bluegrass State. Needs better than 364 and some change. Let's see what he's got here.
.345 at 83, 345 with an 8.3 to the right.
I am down here in the winner's circle, your mini modified winner, the Beast of Burden, Adam Kester, Kester Racing. Adam, congratulations.
Thank you very much. That was the best run I've had in a very, very long time, so I'm very pleased with that.
Adam, how many of these Chapel Hill chairs do you have now? This one, you look pretty comfortable in it.
We have a few, but they're old. They're blue. I didn't even realize last night I come up here. I said, oh, they got new chairs. And someone said, yeah, that was a couple years ago when they did that. I said, shows how long it's been since I've been up here. So I'm just ecstatic to be here. Everybody that's here, family, friends. This is like a hometown track to me with my wife's family being from around here. Obviously, Dad passing away here means a lot. So I don't try to get arrogant, but at the end I had to throw my fist up because it's been a long time coming.
Absolutely. So I understand you've been really wrenching on this tractor all day to get it back together and get out here. How does that feel to come out here and make a pass like that?
We've been doing it for 3 years, working tirelessly every time we go down the track, looking for right setups, having a lot of bad luck. Toby, he's struggling some, and that was a good pass for him tonight. I was hoping that he'd win the damn thing. So I'm just finally feel like when we show up, people go, they're a threat to win. So that's all that matters to me.
You are definitely a threat. The last two Super Nationals, you're 2 for 2. You won about a month ago up in Toma and here in Chapel Hill. Who specifically do you want to thank?
First of all, Shell Rotella stood behind us forever. Mom, Dad, Toby, Donna, all the boys back here. We got Riley, Rick, Tyler, Rodney. We got the guys back at home, like Mitch and Ken. Ken would have his heart broke if I didn't mention him. Ted and Julie, they've been a family. We even got Kennedy's back here, the Markwell girls. We have a really tight-knit family at home, and it feels good to just be able to come out here in a beautiful facility and put on a good show. I got to thank my wife, last but not least, and our soon-to-be son here in November. So I love her with all my heart. I'm so glad that we can share this together, and I love you, honey.
Congratulations, your winner, Adam Kester, Kester Racing.
We've heard from Trackside Technical. We are going to make a change on the sled. We're going to see if we can take just a little bit out of it because they were a long ways down on the track, and we don't think we want to run with the entire class of 13 that far out. So we will make a change, and we'll be back here, well, very shortly.
Hot Shot Secrets Diesel Extreme is the most concentrated fuel injector cleaner and cetane booster available to diesels today. Protect your fuel system by using Diesel Extreme every 6 months for a deep clean of your upper cylinders, fuel tank, pumps, lines, and injector tips. Diesel Extreme boosts cetane up to 7 points, reduce DPF regeneration cycles up to 83%, and increase fuel economy up to 7.3%. Improve the reliability and performance of your diesel with Hot Shot Secrets Diesel Extreme. Powered by science.
With a change in the sled, Tim Kaine is now your test hook in the class. Kevin Schmucker, Rhett Parrish will both be back at the very end. Class of 13 to run tonight, so it's the second of the large classes we have. Our mini ride class of 13, the Pro Stocks also a 13. Our four-wheel drive, we have 10 of those. They'll be up at the end of this class. And then we bring the Screaming Unlimiteds out, 7 of them to run. Again, a big thanks to Tucson Energy for bringing the hot air balloon out here for us this evening. Somebody asked, can we go look at the medevac chopper that's on the ground? That's what it's here for. If you want to get a close-up personal view of those, you're more than welcome to do so. But we appreciate all of the people that have come out, helped us as far as sponsors are concerned. We've talked about them all throughout the evening. Florida Brothers, Lee Company, Cedar Direct, as well as American Roofers and White's Welding. White's Welding you don't hear much about. They're parked up under the tree. I know exactly where they are. I talked to them this morning. They say, we hope we don't be needed, but we're here if you want something fixed. Thank you. We appreciate it.
So the Red Gambler, New Palestine, Indiana, Tim Kaine. Our test puller. $317,920. 317.920. 317 feet 920. Tim Kaine and the Red Gambler at a New Palestine, Indiana here tonight.
Just when we thought the sun went down and was cooling off over here, we got a little heat wave from Tim Kaine. This is west, right? West? Yeah, over here on the west side of the track, we just heat wave came in.
All right, I'm down here with my friends from American Roofing Company. They are giving away some prizes to our attendants here this weekend. So they're giving away a smokeless fire pit will be the first thing they're giving away. So your winner here tonight of the American Roofing Company smokeless fire pit is none other than
For the Billy Fields.
Billy Fields. Miss Billy, or Mr. Billy Fields.
Mr. Billy Fields from Oklahoma.
Okay, Mr. Billy Fields from Oklahoma. If you're here, go to the American Roofing tent over there in the manufacturer's midway and pick up your smokeless fire pit. Billy Fields out of Oklahoma. If you're here with us here tonight, go and pick up your door prize, please.
Coming to the track, your reigning NTPA Grand National Champion out of Prescott, Iowa, Rob Russell, the Workhorse Pro. That was Rob's 4th overall championship. He won championships in Superstock Diesel back in the late 80s and early 90s as well. And then got out of the sport for a while to raise his family and grow his farm. And now he's been back in with a pro stock. And last season was just a great, great season for him. Won the championship.
And no question about it, good, strong runner out of the Hawkeye State. Let's talk about pro stock tractors, fans. 10,000 pounds, including the driver. The engine must come from a two-wheel drive tractor and is limited to 680 cubic inches. They can run one turbocharger of any size. They're unlimited on the turbo size. And the max tire size is 24.5 by 32. So a good strong run for the Case IH 225. The Workhorse Pro. Rob Russell's showing us why he is your reigning 2021 Grand National Champion.
$322 and a penny. 322.01 for Rob Russell.
So 322.010 puts him into the #1 spot here so far.
Next up, the other half of the father-son team of the Schmuckers. This will be Danny who will be up next. Kevin, of course, first one down the track, and now we'll come back at the very end as we went to a sled reset. So Danny gets to set the mark for the Schmucker team tonight from Louisville, Ohio, Rampage driver.
Danny comes into tonight as your current Grand National points leader for 2022. Had a win at the Super National up in Tomah, Wisconsin, and swept both hooks last weekend up in Franklin, Indiana, just south of Indianapolis.
I don't know whether you guys are paying attention. We've got a good softball arm down here. We've got a decent Frisbee thrower, but the softball pitch is unbelievable.
How about it, Green fans? We've got a red one sitting out front. You think this green one can take over the lead?
Well, perfectly capable of getting it done. Of course, Kevin already made a pass before we reset. So I'm sure he is relaying information to Danny here. Lined her up kind of middle right. As we said earlier, fans, our competitors can place that weight transfer machine anywhere they want to in between those two chalk lines. So sometimes as the evening goes along, you will watch somebody maybe changing some strategy and move it out of the way a little bit to see if they can find some traction on another part of the track that someone hasn't found yet. So far, we got Mr. Russell on top of the pile. We'll see what this rampage has in store. Out of the Buckeye State here tonight, Danny Schmucker. Mark to beat 322.010.
Danny had it figured out when he left the line down there. He picked the front end up about 18 inches, never looked back. The rampage of Danny Schmucker. .335 2/3 puts him in the number one spot. 3:35.66.
Well, that, of course, puts him in the number one spot. Your leader in the points coming into this evening. They're going to be happy with that pass here. 3:35.660. Watch the replay, fans. Look, right there. Wheels come up, stay up. She's hooking. Right there, they come finally down and right back up again. She's not unloading the tires. Weighted correctly, good wheel speed. That's what you want right there. Well, fans, don't forget, if you'd like to get yourself something to eat or drink, the concession stands are still open. Lots of great things to eat over there. Cheeseburgers, hot dogs, chicken sandwiches, everything you can imagine to drink as well. Get over there and get yourself something to eat or drink. That's right, John Deere coming up now out of the Hoosier State. This is Corey Bobb out of Brownstown, Indiana. Machine known as Whiskey Wild for Tampico Motorsports and the Wishmeyer family. And Alan, I was telling you a little bit earlier, up in Brownstown, Indiana, the Tampico area, they have a pool there every year. The Grassy Fork Volunteer Fire Department puts it on. They do not charge admission. All they do is sell fried fish sandwiches and pie.
Wait a minute. Just those two items.
That's it.
Sandwiches and pie.
Fried fish sandwiches and pie. And I think last year they sold something like 23,000 fish sandwiches in 2 days. If you're ever around Brownstown, Indiana in the early spring, make sure you go to the Grassy Fork Volunteer Fire Department's pool and try that fish. It's good, no question about it. Here comes Corey Bob. They call her Whiskey Wild because the Wishmeyer Trucking family runs a lot of raw materials to make whiskey in the state of Kentucky and the surrounding area. Here we come now, Corey Bob.
To hear the tone of that power plant change just a little bit, but it was not in a bad way. There was a lot of power, a lot of deep-throated rumble left in that power as he continued on down through there, and it's going to pay off for him in the long run.
Yeah, good strong run. They're going to be tickled with that. We'll check out the number here and see where he ended up. How about a new leader?
341, 3 1/4. That's the number one. 341 with a 325 to the right.
Corey Bob looked like he was cruising up I-65 with that pass. Wow.
Yeah, no doubt. And the track appears to be holding and maybe getting a little bit better, fellas, as we are watching this class so far. But yeah, there's your onboard. Watch that thing. He is on a rail there. No doubt about it. Strong A to B. Burns it in at 341 and some change. They're going to be happy as can be with that pass.
How about that, Green fans? Coming up next, out of Salem, Ohio, the Mac Nasty. Mac Trailers machine, Carlton Cope, doing the driving tonight on the Mac Nasty. Carlton is a former Grand National champion with his Massey Ferguson, the Warpath, and Mike Connie unable to be here tonight, so asked Carlton to do the driving for him, and very, very capable pilot in the seat of that tractor.
Yeah, he was your winner here last year on Friday night with the machine.
Carlton does a lot of work on pulling tractors and other farm equipment as well, but builds some very, very successful pulling tractors.
Went past the county stables today, did not really see any issues. A lot of people under and all over both vehicles, so not sure we got a problem solved. We'll find out.
Well, a good strong A to B. Really carrying it hard here on the big end. 8410 John Deere. Mac Nasty for the Connie family.
332 and a 4.2, 332 and a 4.2. Good enough for a number 3 spot at the present time.
Red fans, another opportunity for you to take the lead from those John Deeres. The ultimate harvester out of Hagerstown, Maryland, Tim Ammons.
So we got 13 hooks left to go in the pro stock points. Chapel here tonight, Chapel Hill. We got Brandenburg, Kentucky next weekend. 2 sessions there, Friday and Saturday. Rockwell, Iowa. Napoleon, Ohio. 2 sessions at Bowling Green, Ohio. Wellington, Ohio. Canton, Ohio, twice. And Sandwich, Illinois, twice. So that is the rest of the season. And they've been to Hutchinson, Minnesota. They've been to Tomah, Wisconsin. They've been to Franklin, Indiana for 2. And this weekend at Chapel Hill for 2. So things are starting to pick up in the points chase. And they're going to get increasingly busy and busier all the way till the fall.
Gentry Taylor. Gentry Taylor, if you're missing something, well, you left it at the merchandise tent. That's where you can pick it up. Gentry Taylor. To the merchandise tent, please. Speaking of merchandise, 2XL is all the Chapel Hill shirts we have left are 2XL. Get them before they're gone. Took a lot to get there, but he did. I don't know what the flutter was. It had something to do with the water injection, I'm pretty sure. But we got through it, literally powered through it.
Well, and Alan, this is exactly what we saw with Julia Ray last night. Like, it was almost the same thing. It's like it wanted to go, and it wanted to go, and it wanted to go, and then it never did. But finally, Tim worked through it and got her lit. 298.270. Put him in the number 6 spot, the Ultimate Harvester out of Maryland.
That has to be extremely frustrating, dealing with the fact you're talking about a single turbocharger. That charger can be, as you earlier alluded to, it can be any size. However, that's the only air that you've got being compressed into the engine at that point in time. If you turn the water on or the water comes on, it's going to cause a problem with only a single charger for power compression is concerned. You can see it, you can hear it. It started to clean up, and then it started to flutter again. It started to clean up, fluttered a second time. The next time, the charger came up smoother and allowed it to go ahead and run. So there's something you have to address. There's no question about that. But I don't know what it was. I really don't.
Do we have any Orange fans in the crowd? Coming up next out of Williamsburg, Missouri, Braden Schromick with the Youngblood AGCO.
All right, get your hands up, fans. They're throwing some Frisbees. Our friends at Chapel Hill Lions are throwing some Super Pull of the South orange Frisbees in there for you. Reach out and see if you can catch one as we bring Mr. Schromick to the line here. out of Missouri. The Youngblood Pro Stock Edition. Built this tractor, I want to say back around 2019-ish. From the ground up. They spec'd it out. Even the paint is a proprietary color called Ceramic Orange. Longtime supporters of the AGCO brand. Big farmers in Missouri.
Braden's dad, Brian, won 2 Grand National Championships in the Pro Stock Division and several more in the Super Stock Division.
This is the first time this has happened tonight. We need to move over and adjust our positioning. Why is that important? Well, if you line up straight in front of the skid pan itself, you start forward, nothing has to change angles. If you start and it has to straighten out behind you for whatever reason, you've lost engine RPM, you've lost time, and you've lost distance, because it takes that time as that box starts to move forward. It takes that distance as the box moves forward. Now, you want to make sure it's right. You want to make sure it's square. You run back and line up exactly where you need to be. First time we've seen it tonight, and that's what they do, and we'll see it more with the four-wheel drives here in our next class.
Mark to beat continues to be 341, 325. Corey Bob, Whiskey Wild, still showing the way here. Well, fans, get the local Pro Stock tractor at high. This is who used to be here. You need to listen on the car. But this is a beautiful, beautiful thing. The Youngblood AGCO machine makes a respectable pass here tonight out of Missouri.
$3.30 and 83 cents to the right. 3.30 and an 8.3 to the right. I took the opportunity as Vaughn went past with the sled. There are 10 weights in the box. There's 20,000 pounds. Darren, you were talking about the operation of a weight transfer sled. There's 20,000 pounds in the box that's moving forward.
All right, Alan Washburn, and all right, Darren Hartwell. I have the explanation. I will try my best to sound intelligent while explaining it to you.
Okay.
What we're seeing with almonds and what we saw last night with Julia is the core of the intercooler is experiencing some leakage. And when the turbo spools, it's getting caught full of water, and that's bogging it down. And they got to get past that point where the water is leaking from the intercooler to get over that hump. And the result is in some cases, you know, a a repair is needed in the intercooler department.
That makes sense to me. What's the purpose of the intercooler?
You're dealing with an intercooler, but you're also dealing with water injection. So on the intercooler side, the cold water goes in there, and the core is a little bit leaky, and the turbo's trying to spool, and that's what happens. I think I said that right.
That's a pretty good explanation of it, yes.
Well, it's Saturday night in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and I can tell you, fans, both here and watching around the country and around the world, there is no place I'd rather be than here tonight. Fans, we're so delighted you're here with us. Are you having a good time so far? Well, you have been a great crowd, and we're delighted you're with us. Thank you so much for being here. We're going back to the starting line. We're going to Jackson, Tennessee. We're staying in the Volunteer State here right now. Chris Couch aboard that cotton-picking deer. These guys are cotton farmers in Jackson, Tennessee. Chris is a former Super Farm pilot. Had a machine known as Pickin' and Ginnin for many years. Sold that tractor to the Calvary family of Kentucky, who runs it on the Mid-South Circuit. But he's gone pro stock pulling. Here we come now.
$3.10 and 59 cents to the right. 3.10 and a 5.9 for Chris. Half a dozen yet to run here in our Pro Stock class. You talked earlier about the size of the turbocharger. And yes, it is true. You can run any size charger you want. However, there is a law of diminishing returns. Since you're using all the air to compress into the cylinders, if you have a large charger and you can't use all the air, it is inefficient. If you have a smaller than ideal charger, you can use more. We seem to settle in the neighborhood of that 5.9, 6.0, 6.1 turbocharger size. It is still whatever you want to run, but the law of diminishing returns kind of dictates which way you want to go and how far you want to push that anything goes.
Corey Bob and the Whiskey Wild continues to lead our class. How about that, Green fans? Coming up next, out of Greensburg, Indiana, Tim Stone, the Rolling Stone. He finished third out here last night.
Yeah, good strong run here for him last evening. It's 325 and some change. Resulted in a podium for this tractor. Long-time pullers with this machine out of Greensburg, Indiana. You can't count him out wherever he shows up. Force to be reckoned with this John Deere. Corey Bob still in the catbird seat here, 341 and some change. We will see what Mr. Stone has in store here for his Hoosier State rival. Alan Washburn, what's that old B.J. Thomas song? Dirt clods are falling on my head.
Say that again, Jeremy.
So do you remember that old B.J. Thomas song? Dirt clods are falling on my head.
Right.
Because they are down here right now.
Okay. All right. Tim Stone with the 312-22. 3-1-2 and 22 cents to the right-hand side. I wasn't ready for that, Jeremy.
We want to give a big shout out to all of our track crew out here this weekend, from building the track, working it, scraping it, rolling it, the guys hooking and unhooking, our tech officials. We really appreciate everybody working out here on this track. Done a great job all weekend and providing safe, consistent track for everyone and just great competition out here. So let's give them a big round of applause.
Did you know, Darren, that many of these drivers that we have out here on the track with our track maintenance equipment, they do this every year. That's why they're so good at it. They do it every single year.
Absolutely. The crew here in Chapel Hill that put this pole on, they work on it year-round, and they promote it like crazy. Just very, very hardworking group of people, and it shows with this event. I mean, this is a top-notch, first-class event, and we appreciate all of you fans coming out and appreciating the hard work that the Lions Club puts in to make this pole happen. Up next, out of Beloit, Ohio, the Mac Daddy tractor, Julia Ray. Julia started pulling in the Super Farm division, and then after a few years in the Super Farm division, moved into the Pro Stock division. And her and her dad, Mike Connie, have the Mac Nasty and the Mac Daddy tractors.
All right, here we come now. Julia Ray. Good run. They got the problem solved from last evening, Alan. No question about it. Good, strong A to B pass. Julia Ray, the John Deere 8410. Mac Daddy.
331, 645. I was past the team down there this morning. There were parts and pieces all over. There were parts and pieces of people laying all over, underneath, on top of, beside. I did not interrupt. I decided there was no reason for me to get involved with the repair work that was going on, but they had both vehicles they were working on. They must have fixed them. You're exactly right. 331, 645 for Julia.
Standing as close as I am over here, I could hear those tires spinning out over the roar of the motor. Could hear the tires spinning. That's how much tire speed Julia Ray had at the end of that run. That's pretty cool.
So 331 and some change. She goes fourth right now. And that's going to definitely make them happy, given the issues they had last night. Good, strong A to B pass. And into the top 5 right now.
3 left to run. Justin Weigler, Kevin Schmucker, and our winner from last night on board the El Nino, Rhett Parrish.
Justin Wagler coming up next. Morgantown, Indiana, the Real Deer.
Radio traffic giving me a little bit of an update on track conditions. We will take a couple of extra passes at the conclusion of the class and put a little water on this before we bring our four-wheel drives out. We have 10 of those and 7 unlimiteds. It won't hurt to put a little bit of water on the top of this track to see if we can kind of hold the top of it together. Not that it's coming apart, but as a preventative measure for the next 2 classes.
All right, here we come now. Morgantown, Indiana. Just around Bean Blossom, if you know where that is. The home of the Bill Monroe Music Park. Big bluegrass festival there every year. This is Justin Wagler. They run a dairy farm up that way. And he also owns a spreading business. Super farm puller for a long time. Jumped into the 4-1 class, limited pro side for a while, and took it all the way to the top with this pro stocker, known as the Real Deer.
Everybody's still chasing the Whiskey Wild at 341 and 3. We're down to 2 green ones and 1 red. Wagler with a 3rd place finish last weekend in Franklin, Indiana.
Nice solid pass. There's no question about that as he takes it down. When he placed those front wheels down, I thought maybe he would just be beyond the 320 mark, but I don't know. Good enough for a number 6 spot with a 326, 675. 326, 675.
We're going to move back around to the top of the order. Kevin Schmucker was our original test puller, and then we reset the sled. So Kevin Schmucker, the Get Her Done Deer, out of Louisville, Ohio, be up next. Kevin and his son Danny, 3-time NTPA Grand National champions in 11, 12, and 14. They've won at the National Farm Machinery Show in Louisville several times. Several Bowling Green rings at the National Tractor Pulling Championships.
So immediately following our pro stock class, we will be running our 4x4 pickup trucks. And then we'll round things out tonight with our unlimited modified tractors.
Talked to a couple of our unlimited drivers today out through the pit area, and they were rectifying problems that occurred last night. Nothing serious, but they were talking about the fact that you don't realize when you have a multi-engine modified that everything that you do has to be done 3, 4, maybe 5 times to make sure everything is tight, everything is lined up, everything is positioned correct. You have to do that 5 times. Well, it doesn't take but one person that says something that distracts you, you lose that concentration and something gets missed. But that's what they were doing last night when they were running the Unlimiteds. We had issues that showed up that should not have, and we have them all rectified supposedly for tonight. We'll find out here in just a little bit. We have 2 more to run, as you brought up, 2 more of our pro stocks to run. This is Kevin Schmucker. We saw him first. Rhett Parrish will be up next.
So Corey Bob has a couple more bullets to dodge here. And they are big ones. Here comes the Get Her Done deer. Kevin Schmucker, Louisville, Ohio. Your mark to beat is 3, 4, 1, 3, 2, 5.
.329, 315, good enough for a number 6 spot right now. 329, 315. And no, I'm not counting that fast. I've got Michaela sitting here beside me that tells me what position they're in.
We're going to take a poll here. John Deere fans, you're in the lead at 341 and 3. There's 1 tractor left to go, and it's red. So John Deere fans, how confident are you right now? Red fans, the final hook in the class, Rhett Parrish out of Marion, Kentucky, El Nino, was your winner here last night. So, Red fans, what do you think?
Well, that's too close to call. I would not want to make that judgment call from up here. I really wouldn't.
No, definitely. I think we're split pretty much 50-50 right down the middle.
Okay, do it again. Let's see if we got some of them that weren't paying attention. They weren't awake. We have the time to do it one more time and find out. All right. We've got a green one leading. Can a green one hold on to the lead? Yes or no? Yeah, okay, you're kind of wimpy on that one. All right, we've got the red winner from last night, El Nino. He showed us what El Nino truly stands for. What do you think? Can El Nino do it tonight? I can't make the call. I don't know about you, Jeremy, but I'm going to let the tractor win this one.
As Jeremy stated earlier on, this is a brand new tractor, just debuted it this year out of the Chaos Fabrication Shop up in Pennsylvania. And just a beautiful showpiece tractor. You know, we recommend that you guys go out and walk through the pit area either later tonight after the show or next year when you come back. Get here early, walk through the pits, talk to the drivers, check out the equipment here, see some of the craftsmanship and the engineering that goes into these pulling vehicles that you see perform out here on the track. Tractor pulling is noted for having open pits and just driver access and just being so accommodating to fans. So definitely, you know, take a few minutes to walk through, check everything out, visit with the competitors. Just a great experience to walk through the pits and see the engineering and the craftsmanship on these machines. Rhett Parrish has to go farther than 341.325 to earn the victory and make it back-to-back in Sweet Chapel Hill, the Super Pole of the South.
So you may ask, what is an El Nino? Well, your meteorologist would tell you that it is the warm phase of the El Nino Southern Oscillation, and is associated with a band of warm ocean water that develops in the central and east central Pacific Ocean. So it's basically a weather pattern. They are known to last 4 years or so, accompanied by high air pressure in the western Pacific and low in the eastern Pacific. So now you know. Here comes Rhett Parrish. It's too close for me to call Alan Washburn.
339 and 71 cents to the right puts him in the number 2 spot. Number 2 for El Nino tonight. Green fans, you're on top of it. Darren, you're going to have plenty of time for our presentations because we've decided we need to put a little extra water on the track before we bring our four-wheel drives out and our Unlimited. So take your time and do that. Get everybody presented down there on the stage and ready to go.
Okay, so we need, who do we need? We need Corey Bobb, Rhett Parrish, and who's number 3?
And
Alan?
Danny Schmucker.
Danny Schmucker, okay. Corey Bobb, Rhett Parrish, and Danny Schmucker. We need you to the winner's circle, please. How about a nice round of applause for all of our pro stock competitors here tonight, fans?
From the backyard to the back 40, families have relied on Bush Hog's legendary performance since 1951. We offer over 70 products for 40 horsepower and under tractors and a full lineup of zero-turn mowers. Our larger implements take care of the back 40 and then some. For pasture maintenance, crop shredding, hay, or a variety of other farm, ranch, or commercial tasks, we have what you need to turn your property into a land of opportunity. Remember, if it doesn't say Bush Hog, it just won't cut it.
Mack Trailer has grown to be the nation's foremost manufacturer of dump, flatbed and transfer trailers, straight truck bodies, dry bulk pneumatic tanks in both food grade and raw materials, as well as an entire line of liquid tank trailers equipped for gas, oil, fertilizer, or food grade materials. We are proud to say the success of Mack Trailer can be attributed to a quality product built by quality people, complemented by an experienced and knowledgeable sales staff and professional authorized dealer network.
Angry Shine. We have the multi-purpose cleaner and polish for you. For every day. For luxury, for show, for work or play, for on the farm, whatever it is, Angry Shine, the polish of excellence.
From all of us at Angry Farmer Products, thank you.
Central Petroleum Company, better known as Senpico Lubricants, is a trusted name for high quality and performance lubricants. Senpico lubricants are proven to excel in heavy-duty application. With over 100 national and international championship pulling titles, Senpico lubricant customers have proven the benefits and savings of trusting their equipment to Senpico lubricants. If you own or operate trucks, tractors, or heavy equipment, call today, 1-800-553-1891 or online at senpico.com.
Maybe you've got somewhere to be.
Yeti cooler. So attention on the grounds. If you entered with the American Roofing folks for a Yeti cooler, your winner is who?
Kendall Hughes.
Kendall Hughes from where?
Mount Pleasant.
Kendall Hughes from Mount Pleasant, Tennessee. If you are here with us, please go over to the American Roofing booth on the Manufacturers Midway and claim your prize. Kendall Hughes from Mount Pleasant, Tennessee, you are a winner. Please go pick up your prize.
Danny Schmucker and Corey Bob, please make your way to the winner's circle. Danny Schmucker and Corey Bob, please make your way to the winner's circle.
From AP Productions comes yet another mind-blowing DVD compilation of truck and tractor pulling gone bad. Wild Rides, Wrecks, and Fire Volume 8 is more explosive than ever, and it's still every puller's worst nightmare. This DVD is non-stop explosive pulling action that'll keep you on the edge of your seat. Get your copy today of Wild Rides, Wrecks, and Fire Volume 8 at ntpapull.com or by calling 614-436-1761. Wild Rides, Wrecks, and Fire Volume 8 is so hot, it will melt your TV.
Tractor pull is to see something blow up. I hate that thought. That's a lot of money wasted. Darren, you got who you need yet down there? Are you still waiting, my friend?
I'm waiting on Corey Bob and Danny Schmucker.
I'll tell you, you just can't get good help these days. Concession stand.
As a farmer, half measures never measure up. You put in late nights and early mornings. There will be new challenges. So you adapt, learn, and endure. As a farmer, you put a part of you in everything you do, in what you plant, what you raise, and what you build. Case IH. Built by farmers.
The country. They are very, very important to NTPA. But the ones that we've talked about tonight, the sponsors that we've listed by name, are the ones that are extremely important to Chapel Hill. It is those people that help put this pull together. It helps Chapel Hill Lions do what they do so very, very well in this part of Tennessee. As the largest Lions club in the state, Chapel Hill has something to be very, very proud of. And you are helping them by being here tonight. They can provide scholarships. They can provide baseball fields. There are lots of things that they can do. Thank you so much for coming tonight, because without you, there's no reason for us to be doing what we're doing tonight. We appreciate your being here very much, and we go to back. I'm sitting here watching you. I really am watching you tonight, Darren, and you're not getting the people showing up. What can I do to help you?
Corey Bob and Danny Schmucker, please make your way to the winner's circle as soon as you have the opportunity. I am up here with second place. This young man finished in first place last night, got the chair. Tonight, finishing in second, you'll get the steel blower. Rhett Parrish, tell us a little bit about that pass tonight, man. You were the last hook. Great pass.
I don't know, just 2 podium finishes down here at Chapel Hill. That's a big accomplishment. And staying in front of all these tractors that we're pulling against, every one of them's tough. And to stay in front of them pretty good 2 nights in a row is a big deal. Congratulations to Corey. That's a good running tractor.
So what's the learning curve been like with this new tractor that you debuted earlier this season?
Oh, just mainly me trying to drive it good out of the hole. We finally, it feels like we're starting to get our weight right maybe, and I'm just trying to do the best that I can do coming out of the hole with the clutch and the throttle.
Who do you want to thank out here tonight, Rhett?
My mom and dad, Tim Engler, the Lions Club, all these guys that helped put this show on, NTPA, Hypermax Engineering, Chaos Fabrication, Bob Nichols, Shipley Brothers, just there's a ton of people.
Great. Your second place finisher, your winner last night, Rhett Parrish, El Nino.
Right into our four-wheel drives there, and so I'm sure we can get back down to position there on the system. We kind of handle it from our end of things, just like how we used to.
This is Rule 19, Jimmy Terry. Fillmore, Indiana. Will be in test court.
Good hook for Jake Zering there. You can see why he came in as the points leader in the four-wheel drive class.
So they call it Rule 19, fans. Long story short, he was pulling with a state-level organization. He showed up to a pull and was ruled to be illegal in tech due to a ring gear in the rear end. So he went home and filed the ring gear down, even though it was in spec already, filed it down and took it back, and they would not let him pull again. So at the end of the year, he took the truck to the banquet. They teched it again and found out that it was legal. But then the following year, they put a rule in the rule book, which was rule number 19. And that meant no goofy stuff. So you can't bend the rules and do anything goofy. So this truck is called Rule 19.
Down here in the winner's circle, our third place finisher tonight, the Rampage team out of Louisville, Ohio, Danny Schmucker. Good pass again tonight. Tell us a little bit about your run.
Thanks, Darren. It always feels good to do well at the Lions Super Bowl. We've been coming here for about 6-7 years now, and keep chasing that chair, but come up a little short again this year. But we'll be back next year. I want to congratulate the Wishmeyer team on an awesome pass tonight. I want to thank the Lions Club, NTPA, my mom and dad, my wife and kids at home, Scott for helping us, and all our friends from back home coming down to watch. Bush Hog, Duck River Electric, H&R AgriPower, O'Reilly's, and Tri-Green Equipment, Weimers, Riverside, Nichols, Shipley's. There's a list a mile long. Also want to thank Chris Kane and Blake and Corey Bob for helping us get Dad's tractor cooled down to come back there at the end. It takes a lot of work to cool them tractors down when it's this warm outside.
Absolutely. Your third place finisher, Danny Schmucker. We have a O'Reilly's gift card and a box of product from Hot Shot Secret for you. Third place finisher, the Rampage, Danny Schmucker from Louisville, Ohio.
Thank you. We'll put that hot shot in our tractor. Maybe that'll get us a few more feet next time.
There you go. Your current points leader in the Pro Stock division, the Rampage.
All right, here we come now. Lisa Peterson out of Baldwin, Wisconsin. She was your winner here last night aboard the Profab machine. She had some attrition on her first shot. Gotten some bad wheel hop, but got out of it before 100 feet. And her second pass was magic.
Change is tight and the green flag is out. It's all Lisa Peterson.
Well, Sonny Leonard horsepower sounding good down here on the big end. Lisa Peterson, Profab.
$2.80 and 75, $2.80 and 75 cents to the right.
I am down here in the winner's circle. Your winner in the Pro Stock Division, Corey Bobb, the Whiskey Wild John Deere. Corey, tell us about that monster pass.
Oh, we've worked our tails off on this tractor.
I'm down here in the winner's circle with your winner of the Pro Stock Division, Corey Bobb, the Whiskey Wild, Wishmeyer Pulling. Corey, tell us about that pass.
Oh, it feels good. We've worked our tails off on this tractor. Worked hard over the winter. Took the last couple years off. Haven't been out much. We knew we had some updates to do. I feel like maybe a few things are starting to come together for us.
Who do you want to thank out here tonight?
Oh, man, it's endless. Definitely got to start with Steve and Beth Wishmeyer. You know, give me the opportunity to drive this thing, work on this thing, come to a place like an amazing place like this to pull. We didn't even know we were going to be here a week ago, and we got lucky enough to get invited down, and, man, couldn't be happier for being here. Also got to throw a big shout out to Hart's Diesel. Them guys over there have worked their tails off. They got an excellent fuel and air program. We're finally doing our job to hopefully show what they can really do, but, man, we really appreciate them guys.
John Deere fans, let's give it up. Your winner, the Whiskey Wild, Wishmeyer Pulling, Corey Bobb, out of the state of Indiana.
As you can see, we're making a weight change on Mr. Bauer's sled. Ben Ellis will be our test hook. Jake Zering, Lisa Peterson will drop to the bottom of the class. They will be back. So technically, we do not have a recorded distance for the class as we are restarting. A big thank you once again to all of our sponsors that are here tonight. We appreciate that. Florida Brothers, Elite Company, Cedar Direct, as well as American Roofers and White's Welding, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, Hot Shot Secrets. And aren't you glad I'm not singing the O'Reilly's theme song? You need to be thankful for that. IMI Concrete, Nick Myers Chevrolet, Air Guys, HVAC, Claiborne Farms, bringing the tractors in here. The National Guard, Thompson Cat, they have a display here on the grounds, as well as H&R Agri-Power, Cherokee Distribution, Bush Hog, Rogers Group, Tri-Green, Duck River Electric, and Bad Gear. All of those people, if you know anybody that works for them, maybe you work for them, thank you. Sponsorship, so very, very important to everyone here at Chapel Hill. And without it, you cannot do this. If you don't believe me, try and do an event of this size without sponsorship. Thank you to all of our sponsors, both locally and our corporate sponsors that we have on both sides of the arena. Ben is your test hook.
All right, let's go to Champlain, Virginia. Your Grand National Champion right here in 2018. This is none other than Ben Ellis, the Benjamin Chevrolet.
Ben is a farmer and owns a trucking company, Ben Ellis Jr. Hauling, in Champlain, Virginia, right outside of Tappahannock. Second generation puller, started pulling with his late father, and they pulled together for a long time, and then Ben moved into the four-wheel drive division and went Grand National, and as Jeremy stated, won it all back in 2018. Also won the Enderley Pull-Off in 2018.
Benjamin. That'll get us started here.
318,565, 318,565 for Ben Ellis.
How about that, Chevrolet fans? So we have a good mix in this class, Chevrolet, Ford, and Dodge Ram trucks. How many fans think a Chevrolet is going to win? How about Ford? How about Dodge?
This crowd is fairly evenly split three directions here, my friend. You've got your work cut out for you, I can tell that. They did tell us he accepted that hook at 318,565, and we are set to go.
Coming to the line next is our reigning Grand National champion out of Fairgrove, Michigan, the Foster child, Carmen Foster. When Carmen won that Grand National Championship, she became just the third woman in NTPA history to win a Grand National Championship, along with Kathy Archer-Shalitz and Rodland Knox, who we send our thoughts and prayers to the Knox family. Rodland passed away a few weeks ago. And Carmen became the youngest Grand National champion when she won that championship, and the first to do it in a truck class. Third generation puller. Her dad, Rob, was the 2010 NTPA Grand National champion with the Simply Red machine.
Well, definitely no slouch behind the wheel. She's grown up in the sport. As a crew member first, working on the trucks, watching her dad for many years. Mom pulled as well every so often. And when she crawled in, it was good stuff happening, no doubt about it. And she's also a great ambassador for young women.
A monster pass for Carmen Foster. Gonna move that O'Reilly leader flag now.
There's your distance, 338 and 13 cents to the right, 338 with a 1-3.
About that, Chevrolet fans.
All right, fans, that engine is off. She can hear you over here. How about a nice round of applause for our new leader, Carmen Foster? Young lady just threw a shot across that bow. The Foster child picking it up down here on the big end. No doubt about it. Good run.
Carmen moved that sled over to the far right-hand side of the track. Definitely worked out for her. Looks like Mark Mangan's going to leave it right in those same tracks. He won the hook 2 weeks ago on Saturday in Dodge City, Kansas. Comes in second in points.
And he had a win,
Minnesota.
He had a win here last year as well, I believe, on Friday evening aboard this machine. Good, strong runner. 2-truck team normally. His daughter Abby has driven time to time, but she is working a college internship this summer with 3M up there in Minnesota, and is not pulling, unfortunately. But he has another daughter who will be 16 in February, and she is itching to climb aboard. The young gun. Strong runners out of Minnesota. On deck, we'll be looking for Tyler Corsa out of Blue Ridge, Georgia with the Patriot. And on the double deck will be the Holman brothers out of Wauseon, Ohio with that Chevrolet known as 4Play.
Mark Mangan. Mark Mangan with a great pass. Knocking on the door there. We'll see what the laser says.
.330 with a 5.65 to the right. 3.30, 5.65.
Ford fans, this is your chance. Tyler Corsa out of Blue Ridge, Georgia, the Patriot. The only Ford in this field tonight of 10 trucks. This is the closest Grand National to the Corsa's house. It's only 3.5 hours away. They travel the circuit and put on a lot of miles all summer long. Unfortunately, Tyler's sister Taylor, they found a bad push rod in the engine of her truck just before showtime last night, so they had to scratch and not able to compete tonight either with their other truck, the Taylor-made truck. Tyler was 5th out here last night. Looks like he's going to stay right over there on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I think they're catching on to Carmen Foster. They saw where she's going, and they're going to split her tracks and see if they still get something out of it down here. So far, our 4-wheel drives have been in Tomah, Wisconsin for 2 sessions, Dodge City, Kansas for 2 sessions, Chapel Hill, Tennessee for 2 sessions, From here, they will go to Rockwell, Iowa for 2 sessions. Napoleon, Ohio. Bowling Green, Ohio. And Wauseon, Ohio. So 7 to go if you include this evening for the 4-wheel drives to finish.
$323 and 26 cents. 323, 26. Good enough for number 3 spot right now.
What do you think of that, Ford fans? Tyler Corsa, second year on the Grand National Circuit, putting together a really strong season.
So 323.26 puts him into the number 3 position. Good strong run out here. But that foster child still showing the way. A 338.
We are going to move back to Chevrolet out of Wauseon, Ohio. The team with the most wins in 4-wheel drive history. They have 12 Grand National Championships, which is tied for second all-time in the number of Grand National Championships. The 4-place Chevrolet, the Holman brothers. Paul doing the driving tonight. Jeremy, we discussed this a little bit yesterday. How many times have the Holmans won here in Chapel Hill?
16.
16 chairs for the Holman brothers.
And if you do the math, the nearest competitor to the Holmans here at Chapel Hill is Larry Peterson with 8. So he has half of what they have, and this is since 1989, and they've been here, I think, about every year. So 16 times they were your winner here at Chapel Hill.
Jim was behind the wheel last night. Paul behind the wheel tonight. They're going to stick right over on that right-hand sideline as well.
Well, and Darren, you might be able to help me, but originally this truck was all steel, and they went to fiberglass, but I don't know when. Can you remember when this happened? I was going to say, but for the longest time, they ran an all-steel Chevrolet.
Yes, it was all steel. I want to say probably 4 or 5 years ago, this truck went to fiberglass.
Okay. I know they needed some, they were in need of some weight help, and going to fiberglass helped a lot, but it looks just like it used to.
Steve Schmidt engine sounded good down here on the big end for the Holman brothers. The 4-play out of Wauseon, Ohio.
$315, $265, $315 with a $265 to the right.
Well, that's just a neat old truck to look at, no question about it. And this truck harkens back to when four-wheel drive pulling just started. It's what a lot of them used to look like back then, and it's really good that it's still around. No doubt about it.
A legendary truck and legendary pullers, the Holman brothers. Okay, Dodge fans, you ready? Jake Zering, the Fatheads Eyewear Machine, Fillmore, Indiana. Have any of you folks ever watched the show Wife Swap? Jake and his wife Debbie were on Wife Swap. So if you go to, not sure which streaming service Wife Swap is on, but if you check out the Zering, that's Z-A-R-I-N-G episode, you can see Jake Zering and his wife Debbie. Very entertaining episode of that show.
Comes in tonight, number 6, Grand National points. Best finish so far has been a second at Toma. But the Zarings have been pulling, wow, since probably the early 2000s, if not before. Strong runners out of the Hoosier State. Carmen Foster still showing the way at the top. Aboard that Foster Child machine out of Michigan. And he's going to need better than 338 to unseat her.
Carmen Foster was your winner here last year on Saturday night.
Here we come down, green light, green flag, track is hot. Jake Zering, Fillmore, Indiana.
.321, 175, 321 for the 175 to the right, which is good enough for number 4 spot right now. 4 left to go.
So 321 and some change puts him in the number 4 position. As we get ready for Larry Peterson.
Larry Peterson going to change things up here. As we've seen people kind of fall back over on that right-hand sideline, Larry Peterson's going to move it over to the far left-hand sideline. Larry Peterson has 8 Chapel Hill director's chairs. When he first built a brand new truck, debuted it here, he swept the weekend in Chapel Hill, ended up winning 5 sessions in a row here at the Lions Super Pull of the South in Chapel Hill. His wife Lisa won it all here last night. folks, you want to check out the paint job on this truck. See, it looks kind of like tannish orange, at least from my perspective. Then sometimes it'll look maroon, sometimes it'll look dark green, maybe even a little purple. So as this truck makes its way down the track, that color will change several times. Larry is number 3 on the list of all-time wins in the four-wheel drive division in Grand National competition.
Of course, the Peterson's the owner of Profab Machine up there in Wisconsin. Do a lot of work for their fellow pullers, reversers, transmissions, that sort of stuff. They're at Profab. Well, fans, he fought that wheel hop all the way from about 200 feet or so, then right around 250, 275. It finally broke on him, and he was able to drive through it. But watch up on the replay. It starts to bouncing. Bouncing, 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 bouncing. Then right about here, there he goes. He's on a level keel right there. Finishes the pass pretty strong. 3:08.780.
We're going to see the third truck out of the Zering stable up next. Ike Zering, the Bucket List Dodge. In fact, the next 2 trucks are going to be Zering Dodges. So Ike Zering and then his dad Jake will be back around. And then our final competitor, your winner from last night, Lisa Peterson.
Well, and Ike took a bit of a wild ride last night. Also had some bouncing issues. But he's okay, back here tonight with us.
This is Ike's first year on the Grand National Tour. He won the Regional National Enderley Pull-Off, our All-Star event, last September in Urbana, Ohio. Cap off the season.
Over there, they've got hamburgers, hot dogs, cheeseburgers, chicken sandwiches, chips. I believe I even saw some cotton candy over there. Some ice cream as well. So get yourself over there and get a bite if you need to. Manufacturers Midway is still running. There's some souvenirs over there if you'd like to visit the merchandise stands. I understand we're running low on commemorative T-shirts for the Chapel Hill event. But you can get over there and see what they've got left.
The name of this truck is Bucket List. And if you look at it, at the front of the weight box, there is a true bucket list on there. And on there is the Lions Super Pole of the South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Ike Zering moves it just a little bit over towards the center from where Larry Peterson had it on the last hook, chasing 3:38.1.
Well, and fans, this kind of mimics what we saw last evening with the machine. Got into some bad wheel hop. We hope everything's okay down there. Safety and tech officials are checking things out.
Recorded distance of 124 and 65. When he came off of the line, it went from bad to worse in a hurry. Bad to worse in a hurry. They're checking.
Well, and fans, and in these trucks, the weight is all on the front. So when this thing starts hopping, watch the rear end start kicking up right there. And then it pulls back and clamps back down on him, and he's in the middle trying to ride all this out. Staying with it as best he can, but watch the tail end there as it rises up and comes back down hard right here. Definitely not something you want to see. Hope everything's okay down there. He did his best to ride it out. But sometimes these four wheels all don't grip at the same time, and that's what happens when some of them are gripping and some of them are not. We need a tow tractor, please.
Tow tractor headed to the starting line, and Darren, I'm privy to some of the conversation that you have not heard. They asked if we could put a different driver in. I, of course, took quite a ride last night and hurt his leg a little bit. And same thing tonight. He's got bounced around. He wanted to know if Jake could drive. And yes, technically that is allowable for the second attempt. So we're going to put Jake Zering in and let him drive. Interestingly enough, he is up next as well as we get toward the bottom of the class. So a little bit of an unusual event. It is the vehicle that qualifies. We talked about points a while ago. The vehicle itself is what's qualified for the points. You can put any driver in you want. It's not normal when you change right here between runs, but when you have an individual who is not comfortable and doesn't feel like he is able to make the second attempt, the question was asked of technical services, and yes, we are going to let Jake Zering sit in the driver's seat.
Jake is Ike's dad, and we've seen Jake out here. He was our initial test puller, and then we saw him back around with his Fatheads eyewear machine, and now he's going to take over for his son for the second attempt with the bucket list truck.
Every once in a while you find strange things at every tractor pull in the country, and I have the strangest one ever reported. It's sitting right here in front of me. It is a case for a set of Beats earbuds. One of those charging cases. The earbuds are not in it. Obviously, you are using the earbuds, but I'm guessing you put this in your back pocket, and guess what? It slipped out. But I have it. So, if you would like to claim it, it's up to the announcer tower. Strange things that occur at tractor pulls.
Okay, so driver swap. Jake Zering, back to back here. He's going to drive Ike's truck and then get back in his own truck. Unless they bring Lisa in between, we'll see. So second attempt here, one attempt. Well, he got her down the track, fans. And sometimes these trucks can just be a little difficult.
Yeah, to jump in the seat of a vehicle that's A, already running, and B, already made a partial pass out of 100 feet. 324, 375, good enough for third place right now.
How about that, Dodge fans? We will see Jake get a ride back down the track, and then he's going to hop in his Grand National points leading Rule 19 Dodge. He is on the Case IH Scout with Larry Richwine.
Kind of a taxi service, if you will. This from one end to the other so that Jake can fire up the Rule 19 and come back. But Carmen Foster still sitting down here, watching the action. She's got 2 more to get by here.
Two tough trucks, Jeremy. The current Grand National points leader and your winner out here last night.
Correct. Yeah, no easy feat. Jake Zering has wins so far. He swept the sessions at Toma. Second here last night with Rule 19. And a third and a fourth in Dodge City. Comes in tonight. 8 points to the good over Mark Mangan.
Toma was a great start to the season at the Wisconsin Dairyland Super Nationals for the Zering team. They came out of Toma in the top 3 with their 3 trucks. So rule number 19, the Fatheads Eyewear Machine, and the Bucket List truck that we just saw coming out of Toma the first weekend of the year, they were the top 3 trucks. So they had a very, very successful weekend up there in Wisconsin. Jake was our initial test puller in this class before we reset the sled.
All right, Dodge fans, are you still with us? Well, of course, the Zering family, longtime supporters of the old Dodge brand. So Rule 19 as he backs here. Mark to be continued. 338 and some change. We'll see what he's got here. Out of Fillmore, Indiana, Jake Zering. Rule 19. Your pull distance for Jake Zering, 327.195. 327.195. 327 feet, .195. Good for the number 3 position.
As we move into our final truck in the class, there are a couple things we can be sure of. Number 1, a Chevrolet is going to win. And number 2, a female driver is going to win. So your current leader, Carmen Foster, won here last year on Saturday night en route to a Grand National Championship. Lisa Peterson won here last night, looking to make it 2 in a row. So early on in our class, we saw a lot of people over on that far right sideline. We haven't seen anyone over there in several trucks. So Lisa Peterson gonna go over to that far right-hand sideline and see if there's a path out there past 338 and 1.
All right, fans. This is for all the marbles. Do we go to Wisconsin or do we go to Michigan? We'll find out in about 300 feet. Well, Mr. Hartwell, I think we're going to Michigan with it. But a good run for Lisa Peterson.
324, 435 gives her a number 4 spot to your top 3. Jake Zering, the Rule 19 in 3rd. Mark Mangan with the Outlaw in 2nd. Carmen Foster, the foster child, takes it home tonight. And it will take us a bit of time to reload the wagon. If you recall last night, those of you that were with us, we got ready to go with the unlimited class. We had more weight in the wagon here than we've had any place else in the country. That speaks well of our track crew. I'm guessing we'll load the wagon with everything we have tonight. I'm looking for a Kayla Ann Harkless. Kayla Ann Harkless. If you're missing something rather important, I have it. If you'd like to make your way to the announcer tower and tell us what it is, I have it. I also still have that case for a set of Beats earbuds. If you can come up and show us how your earbuds fit in that case, you can have your piece of merchandise back as well. That's the lost and found at the present time. It's going to take us a couple of minutes, but we have presentations to make down at the winner's circle. Darren?
Yes, sir. I need Jake Ziering and the Ziering team, rule number 19. I need Mark Mangan, the Outlaw. Mark, I just saw you on your way here. And I need Carmen Foster, the Foster Motorsports team.
As a farmer, half measures never measure up. You put in late nights and early mornings. There will be new challenges. So you adapt, learn, and endure. As a farmer, you put a part of you in everything you do, in what you plant, what you raise, and what you build. Case IH, built by farmers.
Maybe you've got somewhere to be, work to get done, or it's time for some fun. No matter what gets you there, O'Reilly Auto Parts has a super start battery to get things going. Our professional parts people will help you test, find, or install batteries for nearly any vehicle. Super Start, power, performance, and reliability. Only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From the backyard to the back 40, families have relied on Bush Hog's legendary performance since 1951. We offer over 70 products for 40 horsepower and under tractors and a full lineup of zero-turn mowers. Our larger implements take care of the back 40 and then some. For pasture maintenance, crop shredding, hay, or a variety of other farm, ranch, or commercial tasks, we have what you need to turn your property into a land of opportunity. Remember, if it doesn't say Bush Hog, it just won't cut it.
So modified tractors, fans. 7 of them here, believe, tonight. Lots of different combinations out here. You'll see 4 engine tractors. You'll see 3 engine tractors. And you'll see 1 with 5 mounted in line here tonight. That's why they call it unlimited. Run what you brung and hope you brought enough. But while we're... Go ahead. Sorry, Darren.
I am down here in the winner's circle. Our third place finisher, current Grand National points leader, Jake Ziering, Rule 19 Dodge. Jake, you made several trips down the track tonight. You made it count with the Rule 19. How does that feel?
Well, when you got to jump out of 1 to the 2nd to the 3rd, and I couldn't really get my head in straight order, but I thought I recovered pretty good, and I just felt fortunate we got to make the runs.
Absolutely good points tonight for you. You're going to leave here with a nice points cushion. Who do you want to thank out here tonight?
Well, I want to Case IH, O'Reilly's. I want to thank the Lions Club for putting this on, the crowd that come to help support it so they can pay for it, and all the other sponsors, SCS, ProFab, and the Lions Club, really.
Good deal. How about your family and your crew?
My wife, I forgot her. My son Isaac, and Isaac Hilburn, and Brian Clark.
Thank your crew at home.
And we got several people at home at work so that we can go pulling.
Okay, we have a $100 gift card for you from O'Reilly Auto Parts and a box of goodies from Hot Shot Secret. Congratulations, your third place finisher, Jake Ziering, the Rule 19 Dodge.
While things are quiet here for just a minute as we wait for a next man to appear on the awards stand, I want to say a big thank you to all the orange shirts right around here, the people at Chapel Hill, the Lions Club that make this happen. They are the reason that this is so successful. Gentlemen, thank each and every one of you. Doing a great job year in and year out, and this is no exception. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Your Lions Club here at Chapel Hill, Tennessee.
I am back in the winner's circle. Our second place finisher, Mark Mangan, the Outlaw, the Good Hugh, Minnesota. Mark, awesome pass tonight.
Yeah, thank you. It felt really good, but when I come to a stop and realized how far back I was from the leader, I was like, man, she really put it out there tonight. She had a heck of a nice pass.
Who do you want to thank out here, Mark, for helping you get here and helping you out this weekend and throughout the season?
Well, first off, I got to thank my daughter, Anna. We're only running to one truck this year, and she's really kind of stuck by my side to help me be able to still do it. So I got to thank her. I got to thank Bush Hog, Duck River Electric, H&R Ag Power, O'Reilly's, Tri-Green Equipment, the Chapel Hills Lions Club by the most. Every one of these Lion Club's members are some of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
Yes, the Lions Club members and the folks here in Chapel Hill, great hospitality for a tractor pull. We have a steel blower for you, Mark, to take back home, help you clean up the yard and clean up the shop.
Perfect. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
Congratulations, your second place finisher, the Outlaw, to Good Hugh, Minnesota, Mark Mangan.
From AP Productions comes yet another mind-blowing DVD compilation of truck and tractor pulling gone bad. Wild Rides, Wrecks, and Fire Volume 8 is more explosive than ever, and it's still every puller's worst nightmare. This DVD is non-stop explosive pulling action that'll keep you on the edge of your seat. Get your copy today of Wild Rides, Wrecks, and Fire Volume 8 at ntpapull.com or by calling 614-436-1761. Wild Rides, Wrecks, and Fire Volume 8 is so hot, it will melt your TV.
That was a monster pass. Tell us about that.
Yeah, thank you. I could tell right out of the hole that it was going to be good.
So this is your fifth chair for the Foster Motorsports team. Your dad won 3 of them. You've got 2 of them in 2 years. Tell us what it means to win here at the Lions Super Bowl of the South.
Oh, it's pretty awesome. This is my favorite pole to pull at. The track's awesome. I'm just trying to catch Dad on them chairs.
Okay, who do you want to thank out here?
I got to thank my parents for sure, Lions Club for putting this on, Performance Pros, Simpicos, all the sponsors here, and just thank you.
Your winner for the second year in a row on Saturday night, Carmen Foster out of Fairgrove, Michigan, the Foster Child.
Well, I hear power plants coming alive as we move into the 8,000-pound unlimited class. Talking Chuck Knapp today out of Charles City, Iowa, driving the Screaming D. He is your test cook. The way it fell with the luck of the draw, he is number 1. He is not real happy with the way it performed last night. Those of you that were with us knew that there was a problem with one of his power plants. I asked him, I said, have you figured out what it is? He said, I don't know. He said, I'm building a lot of pressure. Gonna make a little bit of noise here because this guy's got 1 run left in this. He said, I know there's a problem. I don't know exactly what it is. Crankcase pressure in one of the power plants. He said, I got 1 more run, and we're going to take it home to Charles City, Iowa, and take it apart. Be ready to cover your ears because this one and the next 6 will make noise. 282.83. Chuck shuts everything off. 282 with an 8.3. He's your test hook. We'll find out. I'm pretty sure he's going to take that. We'll find out exactly what he wants to do. He is the test hook. We have 6 more to go.
Attention fans, I'm down here with my friends from American Roofing Company. We have our 3rd door prize to give away. And what is this one here tonight?
It's a pellet smoker.
A pellet smoker. Nice. I'm sorry, I didn't sign up for this. Anyway, your winner here on the pellet smoker is
Michaela Keller from White House, Tennessee.
Michaela Keller. Report to the American Roofing booth over on the concourse. You have won a pellet smoker. And if you don't want it, bring it to me. Michaela Keller, you are your winner here tonight. Thanks to our friends at American Roofing Company. So fans, I want to talk a little bit about the weight transfer machine as it backs up. We touched on this a little bit earlier tonight, but for those of us who are rookies, I want you, now that we've got a second, to talk a little bit about this. I want you to notice that skid pan that drags along the ground. When the driver hooks to the sled and starts down the track, that skid pan is not all the way on the ground so that the driver can get a running start. And then you'll notice as that weight box creeps up the top, about 200, 250 feet, it'll hit the end and pop that pan down. So that box will top out and the pan will drop. Well, underneath that pan are bars of hardened AR steel, which we call killers or grouser bars. And they will actually dig into the ground and bring that tractor to a stop. And you'll know that the weight transfer has been complete because the rear wheels of the weight transfer machine will be up off the ground. So watch that and you'll see. That's how we get them to stop. All this horsepower, these weight transfer machines are really good at making them come to a crawl. So here we come now. Shelbyville, Indiana, the home of the Theobalds. You saw the youngster Grant Theobald out earlier tonight in the mini rod class. Had a podium finish with the Little Wicket machine. This is his father. Full-blown wicket. Now Doug runs 3. You'll see 3 of them there. 2 on the front and 1 in the middle. When you run 3 engines, you are allowed to run a bigger supercharger. So they run 1471s with 3. If you run 4 or more, you have to run 871 superchargers. So Doug had some attrition last night. One of the fuel hoses came loose about 200 feet or so, and he got out of it. They've worked things through. They got everything tight. We will see what we have here tonight. Full-blown wicket, Shelbyville, Indiana. This is Doug Theobald.
Is he moving a lot of real estate or what? Doug Theobald, you'll recall last night, those of you that were with us, he pulled the throttle back after he crossed 100 foot. He was afraid. Well, no, he wasn't. I said he was afraid of the brand new crank that he had in that motor. He saw a fuel leak out of the left-hand side and said, I need to stop. Need to figure it out, get it fixed for tomorrow night. Did so. 285, 035. 285.035 puts him in the number 1 spot. He's got his helmet and his head sock off. Give him a round of applause. Doug Theobald out of Shelbyville, Indiana. Technical services saying we are official with the track. We'll run it right there. 5 more to go. Ricky Rose, Adam Bauer, Steve Bollinger, Dave Richardson, and Joe Ader, last night's winner. Talked to Steve Bollinger as well today. He had issues with the power plant last night, if you'll recall. He said it will be better to take it back to Taylorville and fix it than it will be to try and fix it here. So they set their spare motor on. So we'll see a brand new power plant on Mr. Bollinger's tractor. Joe Ader, when I talked to him this afternoon, he was very calm, said, I think we're ready to go. I don't see any problems. I've checked everything I need.
Coming up next, out of Glencoe, Minnesota, the Giddy Up machine, Ricky Rose. Ricky was the 2017 Grand National Champion in the modified class. He runs the same tractor in the modified class and the unlimited class. In this class, as you can see tonight, he's got 4 motors on in this configuration. In the mod class, he runs 3 motors. And what he does is he actually takes both motors off, moves one over, and if he has the right equipment and the right amount of help, he can do it in about 45 minutes and has done it at several pulls.
Yeah, one of the hardest working pullers you'll ever see. Brings this machine, and if you get to an event where there are both unlimited and modified classes offered, these guys, it's a show. It is like watching the crew members at an NHRA drag race event in between rounds. They will thrash, move engines, take engines off, put engines on, and it's like a well-oiled machine. It's like choreography watching them do it. It's really interesting. Now, if they're in a place where they have a high lift or a piece of machinery that will lift an engine for them, it's a lot easier, and of course they do it on most occasions have that, but it's still really interesting to watch how things work when they bring this tractor to an event where they can run more than once.
Bit of an unusual circumstance here tonight. Left front tire on Ricky Rose Giddy Up machine is flat. You can see it going floppity, floppity, flop as he backs it up. They can come out with the sled and pull him back to the start line. Technical services said this is permissible. The tire is flat. He can run without that. Now, if he loses the tire, he'll be disqualified. If he gets to the end of the run, the tire's still with him, that's a good run. It becomes one of those gray areas that we have to interpret at the time that it happens. So, we'll find out. You stop and think about this, they have to have a front wheel, not necessarily a front tire. Okay, we'll find out here in a minute. But we can come out and hook onto the vehicle and drag him back so that we don't have to go through the time of starting and backing it up. That's permissible. We'll find out what happens right here. Ricky Rose comes out of Glencoe, Minnesota with the Giddy Up machine. He'd been at this since, mid-70s.
Alan, we have a question down here. Roughly what weight are they currently pulling? I know you could see the blocks in the sled right now.
Attention on the grounds. Beer is $3. White Claws are $2. Beer is $3 and White Claws are $2. Don't everybody go at once. Oh, slow down, slow down. Beer is $3. White Claws are $2.
was afraid maybe he'd stop to check the air in that left front tire. It didn't need any more or any less than he already had. Is it still on?
Well, Alan, I wish you could have seen me. I'm standing down here watching Tracy Waters. And for about 50 feet, that tractor was pointed directly at him and me. And we thought, okay, maybe we need to start moving. But he hit the brake, got her straight, unfortunately. Had to back out of it there to keep it in bounds. Let's have a nice round of applause for the Giddy Up machine here. Ricky Rose here tonight out of Minnesota for you.
Hey, Alan Washburn.
61, 228.61.
Alan, can you hear me? We have a question down here on the track. Roughly how much weight are they pulling right now?
The box is full. We have a weight on the back corner of the pan itself. Both sides, I would guess the box itself is loaded, which should be 12. 2 more on the pan itself would be 14. Total of 28,000 added to the weight of the sled at 36,000. You do the math. A lot of weight. It's a great track here tonight. You're getting a good bite on it. You can see it. We'll count, make sure. I may stand corrected on the weight number in the box, but I think the box is loaded.
Thank you, sir. That's close to what we were estimating, but I knew you could see the number of blocks in the weight box from here, so from your vantage point, so we wanted to ask you. Thank you. Now I have a question for everyone here. Is everybody having a good time? All right, we're gonna see you out here next year. All right, bring your friends, bring your family, come back next year. Come back early Friday afternoon, check out the pits. Come back early on Saturday. We are gonna go to Peyton, Iowa. Adam Bauer, the cross-threaded machine, debuted this tractor here last night. Brand new configuration. This tractor sports 5 supercharged engines. We saw Adam in the winner's circle earlier with his Cowboy Up Mini.
All right, fans. This is the one we talked about. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the middle.
.280 and 73, 280 and 73 for Adam, puts him in the number 3 spot. And Darren, I have a correction. We have a total weight on the sled, 64,000 pounds. That's sled weight and the loaded weight, 32 ton tonight.
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. 64,000 pounds total. 64,000 pounds is what we're pulling, so 32 tons. And now we are down to 3. Steve Bollinger, Dave Richardson, and Joe Ader.
You were explaining the weight positioning a while ago, Darren, on the back corners of the skid pan itself, and you can see it from your side as I can from this. There is a place to position one weight on the back corner. So when that box drops there, when the skid drops down, it's actually 4,000 pounds heavier on the back corners than it was earlier. There's also one that sits up between the rails in the nose, so to speak, of the sled itself that you can't see, but it is sitting up there. There's a bracket made to allow another 2,000 pounds to sit nestled between the two rails.
Steve Bollinger out of Taylorville, Illinois with the money pit coming up next. Bollinger family pulled Allison engines for many, many years. And years ago, Steve put together this tractor with the supercharged engines on it. This won 2 Grand National Championships in the light unlimited division. And this year moved up to the heavy unlimited. Doing very, very well.
So Bollinger comes to us tonight out of Illinois. And here's another 3-motor combination with screw blowers. C-rotor screw style blowers as opposed to the roof blowers. It takes much less horsepower to turn these rotors and a whole lot of less friction. They don't get as hot. They give you about 1,000 or so more horsepower in engine. So that's why they run these big screw blowers when they only have 3 engines here in this combination. They had some attrition with the middle engine last night. They put a new bullet on it here tonight. $287.05. That's first place at the present time. 287.05. Well, good strong run for Steve Bollinger. 287.050. It's going to put him into the number 1 spot, fans. 287 feet, .050 for the Taylorville, Illinois-based money pit of Steve Bollinger. We're going to be happy with that. So that's going to put the Theobalds into the number 2 spot, 285.035.
It's going to bring up the foursome tractor out of Litchfield, Kentucky. Dave Richardson. Dave finished in the runner-up position here last night.
Two left to go. The foursome and the Emax compressor machine of Joe Ader. Joe won last time. Don't remember that. Yes. Again, a big thanks to all of our sponsors that are both local and national. We do appreciate all of it. Some of you started to make your way to the exit. First of all, thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate that. We got more. Where did we find another stack of orange frisbee? 10 yards just making us all feel bad. .283 with an 095, 283 with an 095, and if you're paying real close attention, of the 6 vehicles we have run so far, 5 of them have been in the 280 bracket, from 280 to 287. This has been a really good sled setting all the way around. Job well done. Part of it speaks to our track crew. We've talked about them tonight. Darren, you were very gracious in your praise of the track crew because they do make it work because they have done it before.
We talked about dirt showers earlier. After Dave Richardson's run, I'm over here on the west side of the track, about 50 feet past where Dave Richardson came to a stop, and about 10 to 15 seconds after his run was over, I started getting pelted by dirt. So it went up in the air and kind of hung there and finally came down and landed on me.
When you're turning the wheel speed that they are with the Unlimiteds out here, and the wheel speed on these vehicles can exceed 115 to 120 miles an hour, there's going to be a lot of real estate rearranged. There's no question about that. But it's funny to know that you were standing there and didn't move out of the dirt shower. I'm a little concerned about you. I really am, Darren. Most people get in out of the rain.
Coming up next, out of Langford, New York, the Emax tractor, Joe Ader, your defending Grand National champion. This will be our final competitor of the night. Folks, we really want to thank you for coming out and supporting this great event. The community of Chapel Hill, the Chapel Hill Lions Club, Lions Super Bowl of the South. Let's give everyone who had a hand in this poll a big round of applause. Claus is coming out.
Well, good strong run. We're going to need a tow-back tractor. We need a pull-off tractor, please. I think he took her just far enough, Alan Washburn, and shut her down.
.306, 575. 306 with a 575. He backed up his win from last night. Joe Ader, congratulations, sir. You'll be talking to Darren front and center in the winner's circle. On behalf of the WPI NTPA, I want to say to the track crew here at Chapel Hill, absolutely magnificent job tonight. Thank you so much for making it very, very easy to do a showdown here. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to leave. We have presentations, our top three to make down in the winner's circle. A big thank you to Darren Hartwell, to Jeremy, what's his name? Oh, yeah, that's right. Krieger down there in the corner. Appreciate the opportunity to work with both of you gentlemen today and yesterday. Great time here at Chapel Hill. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to return here. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself and our announcing crew, we want to say thank you. And a big thank you to Michaela up here taking care of us, making sure that we have all of our numbers right all the way through the evening. Gentlemen, it's all yours.
So we need Joe Ader. We need the Bollingers. And we need the Theobalds. Joe Ader.
The Theobalds are already here. We can start with them here momentarily. Congratulations, Doug. You guys are making a habit of this, being up here this weekend. It's your third trip.
This is a good spot to make a habit of being at.
Absolutely. So, great pass with the full-blown Wicked, finishing third here tonight. What do you want to say about that pass?
I want to say that I was on the brake really hard, but motors ran extremely good, so I think we have something to work with there. It's been a long 2 weeks getting that tractor to the track. We basically had a bare frame 2 weeks ago. We had no motors together. We had basically nothing. And through the work of everybody up here, people back at home, we got the tractor together and started it Wednesday night, worked all day Thursday to finish it back up, and got down here. And boy, it's nice to do all that and then be able to stand up here and talk to you.
The Theobald family, full-blown wicked, finishing third. We have a $100 O'Reilly gift card and a box of goodies from Hot Shot Secret for you. Anyone else you want to thank, Doug?
I want to thank Chapel Hill, the Lions Club. We're thrilled to be able to be back here. We had to build new vehicles to get to come back, but we are certainly thrilled to be here, be able to stand up here, see all these great fans. I mean, the fans that come out in the pit area and talk to you, and this place is like no other place. It's just phenomenal to be here. Want to thank the sponsors, Bush Hog, Duck River Electric, H&R AgriPower, O'Reilly's, Tri-Green. Just thrilled to be back, and hopefully come back next year, buddy.
The wicked pulling team out of Shelbyville, Indiana, the Theobald family.
All right, looks like Mr. Bollinger's over there. We'll throw it to Darren Hartwell.
I am here in the winner's circle. Our runner-up finisher out of Taylorville, Illinois, the Money Pit team, Steve Bollinger. Steve, great run out here tonight.
That one felt a lot better than last night. Had a little mechanical self-inflicted wound there last night. We didn't have a linkage on a barrel valve tight, and it popped the blowers, so we switched motors. We worked till about 3 last night and got up this morning and finished it. So I was just glad to make a nice pass and burn it in and pull it off the track.
For sure. So how does it feel to finish in the runner-up position, Lions Super Bowl of the South?
Oh, this is great. I was wanting that first. Joe wouldn't let me have it tonight. He's been laying down, doing a heck of a job driving. Tractor's working good. It's just part of pulling.
That's right. Now, how many years have you competed here?
We started coming down here in 02, and then that's when we dismantled the triple in 17, something like that, 16 or 17. And we took 4 years off, and then we came back last year and this year.
Okay, so who do you want to thank out here tonight?
Wow, I want to thank all these people down here at Lions Club. Awesome people. They treat it like your family, and it's just awesome to be down here. It's a little hot. You guys could tone it down a little bit.
Now, your family here with you?
Yep. My wife, I finally drug her out of the house to bring her down in this hot weather. She found a few malls to go to and stay in the AC. But, yeah, we got Eric Hubner. He likes this hot weather down here, too. He likes coming down here, and his boy, Colton. So, Matt's back in the pit. He was at my Lone Ranger in the pit this week. Had a couple of them that couldn't make it. And my sister came down, too, so.
Great, a family affair for the Bollinger team. We have a steel blower for you to take back, clean everything up on the tractor, in the shop, around the house. You can take care of some leaves this fall.
That'll work. We'll use her.
All right, the Money Pit team out of Taylorville, Illinois, the Bollinger family. I am here in the winner's circle with your winner. He won it here last night, won it again here tonight. Defending Grand National Champion, current points leader out of Langford, New York, Joe Ader. Joe, how does it feel to sweep the Lions Super Bowl of the South?
I didn't ever think it'd be possible. You know, I come here many years ago and finally got a win here about 3 years ago, and then we're on a rail right now. That thing's working really good. Just a little oil line come off, but I watched the track. Sled set heavy, and I got little tricks that make me work on heavy sleds, and we've been doing good with light sleds, but the heavy sled one, that's ones I like. The old bull pull, we got to figure out a way how to get that big heavy load down the track, and it worked good tonight.
Joe, who do you want to help, or who do you want to thank for helping you get to the winner's circle here tonight?
Definitely Larry Richwine. Look at the job he's doing out there. I mean, focus, but definitely the Lions Club, everybody here, Bush Hog, H&R Egg Power, and O'Reilly, you know, all the Chapel Hill Lions people. It's just excellent show here. They took care of us all weekend. Barney, our helper, and my sponsors. I appreciate every bit they do, and Emax and Peak Oil, and it's just a great group of people, and it's nice to be on top, but them guys are gunning for us. They're going to knock us down, you know, so we'll keep fighting. It's a long season yet.
Congratulations to your 2022 winner of both sessions in the Unlimited Modified class out of Langford, New York, Joe Ader.